السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معالي الدكتور حارب بن سعيد العميم الموقر، معالي سارة بنت يوسف الأمير الموقرة، سعادة
Your Excellency Muhammad Equati, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome, and we welcome you to the first annual symposium for the work on science and technology of finance control under anti-side, under the title Artificial Intelligence, Innovation, Governance, Challenges and Opportunities. First of all, I would like to pay your attention to the fact that we have simultaneous interpretation available in both English and Arabic for people here present and those who are online. You can use the headsets and choose the language. For people who are listening through the online platform, you can click on the language you want to listen to. This symposium was organized by the NTOCAI Working Group on Impact of Science and Technology on Auditing, with His Excellency Vice Chair Dr. Harib Al-Alami, President of Supreme Audit Innovation, and Mr. Jane Donato, the Comptroller General of the United States. And this group was formed with the aim to support finance control systems through this effect of science and technology on governments and general audits in a way that would pave the way for realizing the goals and objectives of control under this impact. The working group on impact focuses on the following points: artificial intelligence, blockchain, cybersecurity, data analysis, and G5 technology, in addition to machine learning and computing. This symposium was organized in collaboration and coordination with experts and professionals in the field, focusing on the risks and opportunities and all emerging technologies in order to exchange experience with the InterScience community and people who are experienced in the field. So in the name of Allah, we start, and let's take the opportunity today to exchange experience and talk about these experiences and share experience with all people present. According to the agenda shared with you previously, we would like to start our symposium with the keynote speakers with their presentations and with a number of rich information and presentation on the topic of the symposium. First of all, I would like to invite President of Supreme Audit Institution of the United Arab Emirates and Chair of WGISTA, Mr. Harib bin Said Al-Umaimi. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable audience, peace be upon you, and good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to meet you here and to work on this symposium organized by the Working Group on Impact of Science and Technology on Auditing under the International Finance Auditing Group. And this symposium is held under the title Artificial Intelligence, Governance and Analysis. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks and gratitude to my sister, Sarah Al-Amiri, Minister of State of Advanced Technology in the United Arab Emirates, and His Excellency, Dr. Muhammad Hamad Al-Kuwaiti, the Chairman of the Cybersecurity Council of the United Arab Emirates, for accepting our invitation and being the keynote speakers in this session. Also, I would like to extend my thanks to Jane Guerrero, the General Auditor from the WGISTA in the United States, for his efforts and non-stop support for all activities. I think that we are all on the same page, that the world has been put in front of the G4 that were realized, and previously the G3. In addition to what has emerged due to the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, and a lot of slowdowns we are faced in many fields and sectors, many works were interrupted. And the aftermath of this pandemic, and it has been realized that technology is a means that can be utilized in order to accelerate and improve the work, and this has opened the door for unlimited technology advancements and advanced algorithms and blockchain and other technologies like robotic automation, artificial intelligence, and all forms of it have played a great role in our lives, and it has imposed a lot of needs to reshape government services in general and auditing in particular. As a group of on impact of science and technology on auditing and working with government sectors and all entities and systems, we have witnessed a great and fast steps towards digital transformation in all activities and practices in order to utilize technology and advance the work to improve governance and auditing and elevate the services provided. Within this context and all radical changes that will be realized, the WGISTA has taken the initiative. In 2019, it took the initiative to form a working group that is dedicated to all of this science and technology changes and radical changes, whether it is related to government support and government utilization of the services, or at the level of internal needs for any finance control systems and auditing. In addition to advancing the theoretical and practical means and employ technology in order to have a great and practical impact in these areas. And this will enhance the capabilities of general sector or public sector audits and improve their work and efficiency. Everyone has realized the efficient role of technology in order to improve our daily works. So this new wave of technologies does not resemble previous ones, especially after artificial intelligence has been applied largely and on a larger scale. And this will accelerate decision-making and elevate productivity. Hence, provide services in a timely manner. This will create more impactful roles and more realizable objectives. This will enable the human mind to be more capable of creating and innovating in services. Also, the blockchain technology has made a qualitative leap in the exchange of big data, employing its output and enhancing the government system's work. Utilizing technology can enable auditors to do a comprehensive check of processes instead of relying on traditional ways of doing the work. This will give a greater and deeper analysis and results for big data and automation. Auditors will benefit from all of these technologies in order to focus on more areas and more interesting areas. Of course, all of these are accompanied by risks and opportunities. So we have to take care of the algorithms developed and utilized in order to make use of the applied methods This will also help us regulate the environment we are working in, whether technology-wise or human-wise. We will be on the same pace, and this will avoid any blocks or obstacles in our way. From here, we are inviting to regulate and legislate the working in this area, this will enable us to be more innovative and to have more regular frameworks in our field in order to avoid any uncalculated or unexpected losses down the road for the financial institutions and all people working in cryptocurrency and blockchain. Billions of dollars might be lost if this is not used in the right way or in the right framework. And this could be an indicator, a key indicator of the potential risks. The biggest challenges facing all financial control is upskilling and reskilling the professionals in the field in order to cope up with the emerging technologies and how to utilize it. So the skills, knowledge, and experience should always be present, updated, and up to date to avoid any such risks. Last but not least, I would like to extend my thanks to Working Group on Impact of Science and Technology on Auditing, WGISTA, and all people working in the field. I would like also to extend my thanks to everyone present here and participating, and those who are online. And I wish you all success and all the best. Thank you so much.
شكرا لي.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Harib bin Said Al Umairi. And now I would like to invite the Comptroller General of the United States and Vice Chairman of WGISTA.
I'm Gene Dodaro, Comptroller General of the United States and head of the Government Accountability Office. To everyone who attended the meeting yesterday, thank you for your participation and for joining us once again today. I would also like again to extend my appreciation to Dr. Alamimi, my dear colleague, as well as the staff from the SAI UAE and all members of the working group. I know that yesterday was a productive meeting full of energizing conversations. There were some outstanding panel discussions and presentations. They focused on important questions and major challenges as SAIs navigate the uncertainties and opportunities of the digital age. Yesterday, John Newman, Managing Director of GAO's Science, Technology, Assessment, and Analytics team, noted the importance of SAIs staying relevant and prepared amidst rapid technological change, what steps we are taking at GAO to plan for those changes, and approaches we've taken in auditing advanced technologies. Building upon those outstanding discussions yesterday, today we will focus on some of the ongoing challenges and emerging opportunities that characterize the digital age. Science, technology, and innovation have the potential for wide-ranging impacts on government and society. When we think about governance and the role of auditing and oversight, it is critical that we sharpen our focus on how to be prepared for the changes and evolving dynamics affecting our work. Today, you will again hear from members of the GAO team who are helping us with these challenges. They will discuss as an example what we are doing in one particular area, artificial intelligence. This is an area where we are applying interdisciplinary expertise to some of our most complex emerging issues. For example, to assess the use and deployment of artificial intelligence in healthcare, we've conducted a series of in-depth technology assessments, including assessments of drug development, patient care, and medical diagnostics. AI is having and will continue to have a profound effect on our governments and the societies we serve. Our digital world increasingly depends on algorithms to support decision-making. This raises the important oversight question of how do we know that AI is doing its job effectively and appropriately? Drawing on data scientists, software engineers, policy analysts, attorneys, and other specialists, GAO is developing a body of work to help answer this and other important questions. To provide oversight of effective, responsible use of AI in government programs and processes, GAO developed an AI accountability framework. This framework identifies key accountability practices centered around the principles of governance, data, performance, and monitoring to help assess government use of AI. These are some of the initial steps we're taking toward audit and oversight of AI. What's more important, artificial intelligence is just one of many emerging science and technology issues that require increased attention and oversight. Infectious disease, energy, environment, transportation, manufacturing and supply chains, and research policy are all fields which will see major impacts from emerging science and technology. Further, technologies like blockchain, cloud services, and augmented reality not only require our attention and thorough examination, but could potentially prove useful to the field of audit and oversight as well. Thank you once again for gathering together to talk about these critical issues. We all benefit from your knowledge, experience, and eagerness to collaborate and stay ahead of rapid technological changes. I'll offer a final expression of deep gratitude to Dr. Alamimi, colleagues at SAI UAE, all members of the working group, and to all the others who made this meeting possible. Wish you all a positive and productive meeting today. Take care, and thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dodaro. And now we would like to invite our keynote speaker, Her Excellency Sarah bint Youssef Al Amiri, Minister of State of Public Education and Advanced Technology in the UAE. And she is leading this in order to enhance the 4G and rely on science and technology to improve the industries and new industries that would enhance the movement towards knowledge-based economy. Your Highness, Your Excellency, please come to the stage. Peace be upon you. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Your Excellency and the great effort you have exerted and chairing this. So I would use English.
With you today at the WGISTA Seminar to discuss the inputs and the implications of science and technology and the utilization of various types of technologies across industries. Impact on both government work as well as impact on the wider frame of responsibility, accountability, and transparency across sectors. When it comes to the UAE, under our economic diversification strategy and the progressive advanced technology focus, we are transforming our country into a global hub for innovation. Fintech plays a part, and technology plays a large part in advancing our overall economic drive. The UAE has become a global pioneer in the adoption of advanced technology. Tools including AI, 5G, blockchain, and machine learning are slowly percolating across government services and also across industry in various sectors within the country. We are dedicated to embracing these technologies, but of course, embracing them responsibly, using them with correct accountability, and creating the necessary impact and change and transformation. And as part of our efforts in the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology, we have invested heavily in the technology transformation journey of companies. And a mechanism that we're doing it with our current local industrial players is to ensure the technology is used across the entire organization, We work together with our industrial players and across all facets of their programs and their management and their operation. Because at the end of the day, technology is a tool to increase efficiency, to increase effectiveness, to increase production and create the necessary impact. And the mechanism we've done that is by developing a sort of auditing tool on the effectiveness of technology across every single facet of operations. And we include as part of that, the audit function within the organization, how well it's integrated together with with the manufacturing facility and the shop floor, how well technology is feeding into knowledge and feeding into decision-making within the organization, and how the strategy of the organization actually runs and pushes forward the agenda. This ensures that any investment in technology crosses the entire organization and is not something dedicated at the shop floor. It also ensures that technology and the outcomes of the data gathered both at the shop floor, production facilities, in service providers, and also across the organization creates the necessary transformation for it to have change. And with that, we engage every single department within a manufacturing facility and within an industrial player to ensure that any form of governance, any form of oversight, and any form of mechanism within the organization becomes embedded across organization, and that includes the audit functions within those organizations. That's within the realm of industrialization. But if I go into technology enables and the criteria to follow there, we made sure that the use of technology fulfills a number of criteria. First, it's ethically sound and compliance with the regulation ecosystem in all respects. Second, and it's underpinned by a robust technology infrastructure and foundation. And third, that it's supported by strong performance pillars, addressing bias, fairness, interpretability, and explainability, robustness, and also security. Across enterprise and AI governance in digital transformation, and in order to ensure that all these elements are perfectly working together, the foundation for an end-to-end enterprise governance, and most importantly, internal audit governance at its highest level, AI governance should enable us to answer critical questions about results and decision-making of AI applications. Historically, governance functions have only had to deal with static processes, but AI processes are iterative. AI governance must be as well. A proper AI governance foundation will start with strategy and planning across the organization, but it will also take into account existing capabilities and the vendor ecosystem, as well as the unique model development process and model monitoring and compliance. As we all know, digital transformation has helped companies embrace change and remain competitive in a world that is increasingly going digital. The value of big data and digital transformation comes from the ability of organizations to combine both of them in their efforts to enable both the digitization and automation of business operations. This is that digitization and automation is what improves efficiency, spurs innovation, and leads to new business models. But it also provides a wealth of data to be able to measure the impact of all decisions that happens within the organization and how effective it is to the overall process. Having said that, and I think you're going to hear a bit later about this, cybersecurity then becomes of the utmost importance across an organization. And we need to find new mechanisms to outline where organizations are at risk and every digital touch point, and identifying where new technologies will be connected within the larger framework of the organization. This should also be enabled by open and ongoing communication to guarantee the protection of its data and privacy. When it comes to auditing in the light of technology disruption and emerging trends, auditing is becoming crucial to ensure technology is enabling and supporting our business decisions within a proper governance safeguard in a digital transformation era. Therefore, the top area of focus in the upcoming period is to use data analytics and ensure strategic alignment with advanced technology-driven auditing. Audit practitioners have been pursuing more data-enabled auditing for a long time, and we are observing a renewed and serious commitment to make use of analysis of data as an embedded part of audit activities. Finally, and more broadly, we must constantly consider how advanced technologies can help regulators and find ways to adapt to changes. by gaining greater visibility on macro and micro trends, as well as enhancing collaboration and engagement across governments. Governments can leverage technology to build models that embrace the unknown. And it's with this that we need to ensure agility is built into the process. It is no longer a static mechanism of auditing, governance, and management. It is about embracing what is new, understanding what the unknowns are, and creating the necessary framework to encourage innovation, but at the same time, ensure governance is within the fabric of growth of an organization. With that, I thank you for having me here and allowing me to participate in your sessions.
شكرا.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Minister of State. And now we move on to our second keynote speaker, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Kuwaiti, head of UAE Cybersecurity Council, and he's working on ensuring that the UAE is at the forefront of cybersecurity worldwide. And in order to achieve this objective, His Excellency has implemented an executive plan in order to protect the cybersecurity of the UAE. And this is based on employing the technology like big data, clouding, and big data. Your Excellency, please come to the stage. Peace be upon you, Your Excellencies. Thank you.
Was that His Excellency and Her Excellency actually touched upon. It is important to realize that technology is really a changing factor to us all. UAE have adapted this technology and definitely going through a great digital transformation. That digital transformation is not only touching upon one single sector, be it in the healthcare, be it in the education, be it in the government, but across all of those sectors. Alhamdulillah, UAE now is in the competitiveness of a global ranking, already has ranked in number one in many of those aspects as bear the leadership vision in that. So realizing that the adaptation of technology is an important and it's a continuous matter, that's a first step that we need to realize. Now, as we adapt more and more of such technologies and using, be it AI, cloud computing, blockchains, or many of the things that are to come, there is always an integral part of this technology, which is vulnerabilities, which is a risk factor. If we did not use it based on auditing and compliances, we might get into kind of risk or even threats that could impact not only the national security, but also the entities themselves. I'll give two examples here. We deal with many cases in a daily matter. And these cases are, be it a cyber crime, cyber terrorism, or a cyber warfare. Cyber crime, for example, we have a case recently associated with a young girl who uses the platforms of Snap, social media platforms, where she actually adopted this and started using it in her, socializing, and added so many friends here and there just to get bullied by many of those friends, impacting her study. And by the way, we're talking here about a 12-year-old girl, impacting her family, impacting her status in the school, and as a matter of fact, going through a whole psychological type of medications after we actually realized that. There is definitely, as His Excellency mentioned, governance in this field, sometimes lack of an exact, specific standard operation procedures that need to follow because of the pace of these technologies. So this story or this young girl really impacted us all, where we started later on an initiative where we built a cyber pulse in order to really use that cyber culture, spread it across many of the societies we have. And we have reached so many entities, so many, just to spread the word of cyber awareness. People sometimes, they don't realize that this could impact, again, a personal effect or impact on that, similar to what we are studying here in order to really study the impact of these technologies on the auditing. Now, on the contemporary or an analogy of another story, where we deal with the great critical infrastructure. Specifically speaking here, and the case we are actually working on is an electrical type of grid, where on that electrical grid, a ransomware was actually detected and hit that critical grid. Now, I don't want to go into the why it hit them, because of vulnerabilities, because of compliance, because of many of those aspects that they were not actually complied with, and because no standard operation procedures or preparation in the right way was actually followed. And because of that hit, an impact was about to really affect us all. Alhamdulillah, and thanks God for many of the reactions and responses that we actually took on that perspective to come back to reverting many of those backups that we have and working in a continuous manner in order to revert and detect and basically work on this specific situation. Now, from that gear case all the way to that critical infrastructure case, where we talk about here again cybercrime or cyber terrorism or even cyber warfare, the auditing and compliance of many of those aspects is very important. And who could help us on this is technology. Technology can make this easier and seamlessly done across many of those fields. We have done in the monitoring of the cybersecurity postures in many of the government entities or on the whole nation aspects is to use AI. We cannot follow many of those traffics that happens in a single second. And you're talking here huge aspects of attacks happening. And by the way, the adversaries are using AI. The ransomware that we actually detected, and in the collaboration with our partner in the US, as well as with the Interpol and Europol and many of those infrastructures, and then being sanctioned accordingly, was actually using AI ransomware as an infrastructure, where many of the adversaries have rented or leased that infrastructure, and at the same time scanned many of those vulnerabilities across many sectors in order to find that single vulnerability and basically impact or attack accordingly. We cannot go through all of this without that AI, without many of those technologies that we already have. And likewise, the big data analysis that are actually referred here by their excellencies is really an important aspect of this. Not only predicting many of those aspects, not only allowing us to get a pattern and the behavioral aspects of what's going on there. We're referring here to many of the AI, be it from the machine learning or supervised, unsupervised learning, or even the computer vision that we actually start using it as well in a collaborative work with other natural language processes or other aspects that we actually leverage such of those technologies. So in short, the message is twofold. One, cyber culture. We need to embrace that. We need to actually spread it across many of the entities we have, across many of the society sectors and people. Embracing this technology is important, definitely, but we need to do it in the right way. And this is where we need those audits, we need those compliance, we need those regulations that actually help us. Although they are delayed in many of those aspects, but nonetheless, there is policies that actually regulate many of this. And actually, there are guidelines as we issued and as well as adopted many of the CISA, for example, in the US of those policies. And the second fold is actually to prepare. It is a wake-up call, definitely. Many entities have been attacked, many ransomware have been actually spread across many of those. And for us to really work with that and prepare ourselves, our government entities protecting those data, we need to follow up with some of those compliances, at least the ISO or NIST or many of those compliances that we're actually working on. And with that, I really appreciate your collaborating, and I hope this to be a fruitful for us all. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Al-Kuwaiti, Head of UAE Cybersecurity. Now we will start with the first presentation under the title Enabling the Future is UAE's Strategic Alignment with Advanced Technology-Driven Auditing, presented by Mr. Abdullah Al-Shehi, Supreme Audit Institution and Senior Editor and member of the WGISTA and team leader of digital transformation in the Council of Auditing, where he contributes to the initiatives to improve auditing work. Mr. Abdullah, the stage is yours. Peace be upon you.
The world is changing faster than ever before. And we have updated how we work, especially after the pandemic hit us for the past 2 years. So, is it about the time that we need to update the way how we audit? Technology landscapes have become sophisticated. Business threats are ever evolving and disruption is inevitable. As a result, we need for continuous supervision of business environments and have become very critical. Audit teams with limited resources and ever shrinking budgets need to innovate and to provide the insights and global assurance that the senior management and stakeholder are desired. The continuum of intelligent automation from basic process automation to machine learning and artificial intelligence should be in everyone's mind. Automation can revolutionize how audit and compliance functions execute, manage, govern, and monitor businesses. So in our presentation, we will share our humble journey at State Audit of United Arab Emirates, up to date, and our plans for the near future. To make the information digestible, we have broken down our presentation into 4 overreaching items. The first agenda item deals with the generalities of today's world. Specifically, we will look at what UAE is embracing in the digital era, and is something that can be held as accurate for what all of you are experiencing today. The second item will deal with the specifics of UAE actions in adopting a digital strategy and its evolution over the past decades. Through our lens, you will understand UAE journey in adopting technology as a significant enabler in our work. And from that, you will see that UAE has in the works by observing how it has infused advanced technology into its audit services and is actively working and incubating these capabilities and growing them into something more significant in item number 3. And finally, once we go through all of the above, we converge on UAE future roadmap, where we list the milestones we aim to achieve in the near term to better harness technology as an enabler. Looking at UAE in the digital era, it is a common trend that the audit profession and organizations recognize a data taxonomy its own way, with today consumers and businesses producing more data in a year than prior generation produced in their lifetime. Taking this and compare it to the traditional way of working, you can easily recognize that data is increasing beyond manual capabilities. So technology has become more essential and critical to tackle this increasing volume of data. As well as digitalization of our society and our lives, everything has become in a digital data form. This means new data sources that springs emerged where previously wasn't exist. Through this, our traditional way of creating data relationships between traditional conventional sources are not enough anymore. as now there are hidden relations that can only be mined by only using emerging technology and can only help us to form an abstract relation between them. It's also wise to recognize that harnessing the tools of the digital era, you are also unlocking access to new information that only exists in the digital territory, exponentially increasing your avenues for analysis and opening up new ways to add value to the organization. Furthermore, real-time data surveillance can only be done with technology, as His Excellency mentioned, Dr. Al-Kuwaiti, and especially considering both technologies, exploratory aspects, and high-frequency use cases. By applying these technologies, we gain capabilities that allow us to stay on top of data as it gets created in real time, contrasting to the lagging nature of manual procedures. As a result, the audit profession must develop and deploy advanced technologies to harness this explosion of data and to unleash the insights embedded within, to advance audit quality and provide a deeper understanding of business and financial reporting risks, process, and control. With all that in mind, let me take you now through SAI UAE timeline, which illustrates the evolution of its digital strategy. The earliest form of SAI UAE modern digital strategy can be traced to 2010, when we experienced the first actual application of data analytics, which was powered by ACL, which stands for Audit Command Language, a form of generalized audit software that is used for analyzing large amounts of data. 6 years later, SAI UAE witnessed the creation of a new risk-based approach powered by analytics, which augmented both the result of the financial and the IS audit services lines. With this new methodology, it helped pave the path forward by decreasing the time it takes to develop its digital strategy. And just 2 years later, in 2008, SAI UAE experienced the launch of the Data Mart, which is an in-house built database that houses all client data record and its use for analysis. This also prefigured the beginning of the digital transformation in the way audit is conducted at SAI UAE. A year later, in 2019, SAI UAE implemented large-scale automated analytics in both the audit of HR and goods and services area within the federal government. This was no easy undertaking either, as it was an intense year of collaboration between multiple departments that involved both IS and financial services lines collaborating together, researching past audit findings, methodology, latest technology, and analytical techniques to create a streamlined product that could be deployed every quarter to enhance audit teams in adding value to the client that they audit. Yet, with the base of technology, SAI UAE did not relent and kept pushing the envelope which possible. And yet, again, in 2020, SAI UAE successfully managed to create its own in-house intelligent audit platform. A platform which utilizes a set of technologies that functions on multiple levels: analytics, process automation, business intelligence. The smart audit platform was also critical for the next step, because just in 2021, SAI UAE began testing advanced technologies built upon the intelligent audit platform infrastructure and have been achieving milestones in this field ever since. Building upon this journey, it brings us to the current year, 2022. One of the milestones at the forefront of SAI UAE digital strategy was the successful deployment of robotic process automation technology. This technology is used to automate computer actions as they were a person. It started by reaching the best software to seamlessly integrate it into SAI UAE intelligent audit platform in 2021. And fast forwarding again to 2022, we have multiple workflows built in-house that help automate complete process from data gathering to output execution. Even the outset, UAE has enjoyed multiple benefits, such as achieving higher assurance by automating data gathering. You are ensuring that there are no errors in the parameters or file extracted that could otherwise occur to a human error. In addition, automating routines tasks like you take a holistic view of the process and gain a deeper insight into what might not have been efficient in the first place, allowing you to streamline the process even further. And of course, it goes without saying that a direct benefit of this was efficiency, as it saves your time and the team time that you can use to focus on other tasks. From there, we go to machine learning project initiated in 2021. The project purpose in 2021 was to research how to best implement machine learning models, develop a pipeline for the models to be used, and how data will be fed, produce actionable insights. Using a sample set of data from 2021, UAE has researched the application of machine learning to the procedures model, ensuring that the appropriate model is used for the procedure at hand. With this information, it has set the foundation for the full-scale implementation of machine learning as beneficial tool for zoning in value-adding observation to our auditees. Of course, UAE was aware of the challenges encountered on the way and has experienced different challenges, mainly in addressing how machine learning models were understanding the results and the importance of providing them with quality data, which serves as our next point. To ensure you are utilizing advanced technology to the fullest, UAE has realized its own critical success factors regardless of the technology in use. The first is the most important, data quality, as your output can only be as good as the input you feed your analytics engine. In this regard, UAE is investing considerable efforts to increase the sophistication of its database and that house client data we onboarded from. Otherwise known as Data Mart, that was established in 2018 in SAI, it helps UAE to establish concrete standards for data quality. Furthermore, it has automated them via multiple workflows that evaluate data quality to ensure minimum standard before doing the analysis. And the latter of the critical success factors concern auditors upscaling. It's clear that you need capable individuals who understand how to use the tools and the output you provide them with to make the most of it and produce quality insights. To achieve this, auditor must be equipped with the knowledge of how to use this. At UAE, we utilize a proactive approach to help auditors to improve their skills and researchers new technologies to stay ahead of the curve in adopting and realizing the benefit of these technologies. In this slide, I would like to share a small use case identified in one of our clients and to give you a sense of how technology can significantly help in terms of effectiveness and efficiency. As background, many companies are working with this client. Therefore, the client should receive a fee on each transaction those companies process, which goes through different rates based on their contract with the entity. And the rate depends on the company size and some other elements. Therefore, the data analytic team received the use case when the entity audit team reached out to us. After consulting with the audit team within that entity and fully understand the challenges, the data analytic team within UAE identified a way to bridge the gap between technology and traditional procedures by using the following technologies. Number one, we use the analytical process software, which is already in-house, using from the smart platform that we have. Second, the artificial intelligence, which is using the optical character recognition model. And third, the automation which using robotic process automation, and I will give more details about why we use those three technologies in the later slides. So here's what led us to use such technologies, components, and why it was helpful in this case especially. There were two main challenges. We were comparing the sheet information to the amount received from image-based receipts. Therefore, our intelligent platform could read all the image-based data and PDF by applying the OCR for our further desired test. And second, analyzing over 330 sheets in monthly basis was time consuming for the audit team, and the process take a lot of their time. That's why we resolved this repetitive task by automating using the RPA to be carried out whenever they like by a press of a button. And to give you a better understanding, this is type of data that we received, and it's almost a sample, and to show you the structure of the data that we dealt with. The first point is the most notable, where transaction statics are divided by days. You can see it down there. This one of the pain points that we require to overcome using the automation. Second, we use the company name identifier to match their contract rates, multiply by point number 3 on the right top, which represents the number of trades that the company made in this specific period. This information combined and matched with the actual cash received from the entity, which we derived our final conclusion on. This diagram also illustrates how the procedure was executed to drive the point home. Starting with step number 0, it's the gathering the data. We identified and gathered data from multiple sources, which I mentioned before, the image-based and the PDF, cash receipts, contracts, and access to the client database, where we executed transaction data trades directly. We used those 3 data sources and fed them into the analytical engine. And step number 1, the data cleaning and transformation box. We applied a combination of techniques such as OCR to extract image-based information and consolidated market data using image-based information, and using the analytical automation and transform the data into 2 piles, market data and the data to compare it against. In the last box, step number 2, we took those 2 outputs and fed them again to the analytical engine to refine our results and to give us the desired output and the final results that I will share you in the following slide. In this slide, it mainly shows applying the RPA to the previously illustrated workflow. All we had to do was make sure that the data sources were accessible, and the automation would take care of all the analysis and provide us with the same output that we required every time. So overall, from this use case, we achieved our goal by automating the entity fees recalculation. And second, the work done by the data analytic team is based on what was available as a data resource, and that why OCR was used. And to automate this process, we applied the RPA. As a result, we successfully detected that the entity was short on transaction fees that it was supposed to collect, which caused a loss in government revenue and was reported accordingly. So putting this all together, so UAE visions for the near-term future is clear. First, we explain an expansion of the type of data resources, and that we should utilize it mainly focusing on unstructured data and converting them into valuable insights using AI. And as always, we plan on further expanding our data mart into a data warehouse, utilizing big data technology, and to enable rapid processing to make the most of AI-based solutions we are currently adopting. And finally, a continuously improving approach through refining existing capabilities by building out new tools and components into our in-house intelligent audit platform. Before I end my presentation, I would like to share the key takeaways. To state the obvious, while seizing the opportunities that emerging technologies offer, keep an eye out that you will meet new challenges while adopting these new technologies. The second is to keep restating your organizational capabilities. What works today might not work tomorrow. So you must always do your best and stay ahead of the curve. Finally, this extends beyond the border of your organization's doors and walls. But a chain is as strong as the weakest link. All stakeholders are equally important, and collaboration is certainly one of the bases for successfully adopting these new technologies. Thank you very much.
شكرا للسيد عبد الله.
Thank you, Mr. Abdullah Al-Shahi, for this presentation. We'd like to take a short break, coffee break, and then resume after 20 minutes. Thank you.
غدا نستأنف ندوتنا مع العرض التقديمي التالي بعنوان
support regarding emerging technology. Let me welcome Mr. Janimol Farahnas from UAE Advocacy. In terms of science and technology, by assessing and surveillance of federal technology and innovative for the auditing and assessing, and Farahnas is a deputy where she supervises the scientific programs as well as the federal AI. Mr. John and Dr. Farah here.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here today. We're very pleased to talk about our work in supporting the U.S. Congress on emerging science and technology issues this morning. I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Farnaz Kakumosel, and I'll go through the first half of the presentation, talk a little bit about the GAO and our work on emerging science and technology issues, and then Farnaz will go through some specific case studies. Okay, so I know many of you know GAO if you're in the SAI community, but just as a refresher, GAO is an independent, nonpartisan, congressional branch agency that basically has the ability to review anything the federal government does in terms of spending money, efficiency, economy reviews. We're, as I said, independent and nonpartisan, and what we like to say, our accountability is our middle name, and that it's one of our core values. We're often known as the congressional watchdog because we watch over the federal spending and make sure the taxpayers get the best value for their dollar. So Farnaz and I are in a new mission team at GAO looking at science and technology issues. It's a cross-cutting area where we have 4 different units. We were established in 2019, and our portfolio includes technology assessments, which are reports looking at emerging technologies, such as 5G or quantum computing, and producing policy options for Congress to consider how to best implement these emerging technologies. Our second unit is the science and technology auditing, and that's traditional performance audits that we do on a range of cross-cutting science and technology issues, looking at the management of federal research and development. And then we also have an engineering sciences group that looks at best practices, and we use those as guides in assessing major projects the federal government spends money on, including the cost and schedule performance of those projects. And then lastly, we created a new innovation lab to supplement our normal information technology resources. And I'll talk about that momentarily here, but essentially the purpose of the lab is to explore and develop cutting edge analytics, auditing, and cyber solutions for GAO, both for internal and external use. Let me talk a little bit about some of the lab projects that we've had recently. So our goal is to combine data science with digital delivery. And our first example of that is we, in conjunction with our GAO fraud experts, developed a web-based anti-fraud resource that we applied to federal government officials and to give them a better understanding of how to identify and prevent fraud, particularly fraud schemes, and how to combat them. It's been very successful so far and very well received by the federal agencies that have to implement programs where they're making payments to citizens. The second example is an ID verification control simulator, and that was an interactive web-based resource that agencies can use to control or to identify controls for their programs to prevent improper payments. So they were able to use GAO previous reports and come up with this online simulator that federal agencies can use to design controls appropriate for their programs and the payments that they are making to private citizens, and ensure that there isn't improper payments going on. And then here's an example of where we're using our technology for more efficient internal use at GAO. Our Congress is involved in many different issues, and GAO needs to have a good understanding of the things that they are working on, the topics they might be holding hearings on, things that they might be legislating. And so we developed a web-based tool that basically scrapes websites, congressional websites, for hearing notices and other information that Congress is putting out, and matches it up to GAO work that's either ongoing or past work, so that we can identify places where we can provide information to the Congress, or gaps in our knowledge where we might need to do more work to be able to provide that information to the Congress. This is a very good time saver, because typically staff had to monitor the congressional pages manually, which is is very resource intensive. And then another project that's still in progress is looking at the use of augmented reality. And we're exploring different commercial products that we can use for audit site visits. This is a way to potentially to save travel costs and have fewer people go to a site visit, as well as to document the site visit with the augmented reality. And that information and they can have real-time information being fed to the analysts on site to be able to augment the site visit. It's something that we expect to experiment with this year, and hopefully deliver a solution for our auditors to test out by next year. One thing I'd like to note is that all of these projects, more details on these projects are available on our GAO website, gaoinnovations.gov, and I can share that information with the organizers of the conference if you're interested in getting more information on these projects. Next, I'm going to turn to Farnaz, who will take us through our other projects. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
شكراً سيدة جون.
Really a pleasure to be here with you today, and thank you to our UAE colleagues on the wonderful collaboration we've had and a great discussion we had yesterday. I will just go through a bit around some of our recent reports that are focused either on digital services and how we're thinking about digital services and upskilling in government, and then also our seminal work here on the GAO AI accountability framework. Some of you might recall last year we did a high-level overview of the AI accountability framework. It's really a document developed by auditors for auditors in terms of auditing AI and its implementation and use in government. But I also wanted to briefly talk about this second report that we released late last year. It was, the product number is listed right there if you put it in Google, but it was on the Digital Services Academy. We were asked by Congress, in a very short-term basis, to think about how the federal government can develop a pipeline of digital services staff. What would that look like? And in the US context, we do have a military services academy where individuals go through a bachelor's and a master's degree program within government. And then they place within a federal department looking at military services. So with that as an example, the idea was, what can we do in digital services? And so over a quick 1-month period, we held a roundtable discussion with chief technology officers in government, chief data officers, and we asked a series of questions. We asked around really first of all, the need for digital services. What does the pipeline currently look like? What's the baseline? And then if we were to think about an academy, what would be the composition of staff? What type of skill sets would they need? And what type of projects would they work on once they exited the Services Academy? And it was very interesting to hear from the CTO and CDO community where some of the key elements that they talked about was really around connecting digital services individuals or specialists with government. That the current model really is that we're hiring, data scientists, developers, folks with really technical backgrounds, but they're not very familiar with how government data works and what government processes look like and the data sharing agreements that are needed really to do good work. And so this academy really needed to be a bridge for individuals who were interested in this technical area or acquiring digital skill sets, but that would be exposed to government data, which often, isn't as structured and clean as you may have when you're in grad school. And then the other area that the CDOs and CTOs talked about was really a lack of a data-centric culture. And when you review this report, it's a very short report, it highlighted the need to ensure that the existing population, so yes, we can create a pipeline of individuals from the Service Academy, but once they enter government, who are they surrounded by? And are their supervisors and managers really supportive of these innovative technologies and understand them and will support and develop their career paths in government in this very new space? And the point being raised was that there was a lack of this data-centric culture, data governance, and understanding of how some of these technologies works. And so we almost presented a model where, yes, a pipeline can be developed, but you needed to upskill the existing staff really for good, sustainable digital services in government. So it's a very short report, but it was a very interesting takeaway for us. And it's very specific. It even tells you what level should these individuals come into in terms of undergraduate and master's degree programs, the type of work, some examples of projects, and definitely career paths. So we hope that you have an opportunity to look into that. Quickly, I just wanted to give an overview of GAO's accountability framework, and primarily because we're in the process of using the framework ourselves. We released the framework last year in June of 2021. As I mentioned, it's a framework developed by really an interdisciplinary team. Yes, we had our designers and our data scientists and our software engineers, our specialists, but they were surrounded by analysts with varied backgrounds. And myself, I am not in the technology field. So as someone that was on the team, I brought the auditing experience, the audit lens. So the language used in the framework intentionally is targeting auditors. It's talking about issues of performance, data governance, monitoring, governance issues. Even how we wrote the practices was intentionally focused around internal controls and GAGIS. And there was a really great point raised yesterday around specifically AI and the notion of challenges with black boxes, that what can we really do? It's inherent in the technology. Well, the approach for this framework is, yes, the premise is accepted that it's inherent in the technology, but what can we do? And it operationalizes concepts around explainability, ethical use, and really language in the sense of how we can ensure data is representative of the target populations. So there's a really large focus around sources and the origins of data used to train and test the models, what we can do as auditors to collect specific documentation, when should we consult with our data science and developer community, and this notion of a life cycle, and that really auditing and oversight has to be approached from a life cycle perspective. If we as auditors come in when the technology is fully deployed in production, it's a little bit too late to talk about data sources, right? It's really, it's the train, the train has left the building to some degree, or left the station. So as auditors, we need to ask a series of questions and be involved in the design of the model, the development of the model, and throughout deployment, and specific focuses around procurement. So yes, there are some elements of AI that are not going to be visible to a user and an auditor. But what can we do in procurement? If we are talking about, third-party off-the-shelf models, how can we write in elements of transparency and access? We can ask about data that was used to train the test the model. We can ask about the alignment in the operational spaces of the model use. So the framework gives auditors language of what to ask. So it has a series of practices. It has a series of questions to consider for each practice. And then it has audit procedures, like what types of documents will you review? What type of sample data sets? Are you going to have synthetic and imputed data? So it gives you, it's not comprehensive, but it gives you the first step, the first methodology and scope for when you're looking at an AI audit. So I really hope at the minimal you take a look at this document. It's very colorful, as the slide shows. We created a very chapter-based, governance has its own chapter and practices, and data reliability has its own chapter and practices. And we tried our best to think as auditors that if I didn't have time to look at the whole document, is there a one-page summary? And so there's a one-page summary for each principle in here. And before I move on, so the reason the accountability framework was developed, the reason our Comptroller General felt very strongly about developing this was because in the US context, there was guidance, but the guidance was very aspirational. It was very, AI should be ethical. AI should be responsible. AI shouldn't be biased, but it wasn't operational in any way. So as auditors, we needed practical elements. So what the framework attempts to do is really to operationalize those concepts. Like, what will that look like in the environment when a specific federal department or an agency is using an AI system? So with that, that's what the document looks like. We just initiated, and we're very much in our early stages. And the reason it was also intentional, we released the framework in summer of 2021, and we've spent the last year really socializing this framework in government. So we've had a series of webinars, brown bags. We've been to conferences with our chief data scientist talking about the framework, because we felt it wasn't appropriate to apply the framework in government if folks in the departments didn't, because there was very limited guidance. This was really like the first real criteria that was becoming available. So we think we're right at the right spot to begin auditing now. And so we just wanted to share a little bit around our question and our scope and our approach for this first AI audit that we've just initiated. So our question is very generic, to what extent have selected agencies incorporated GAO's accountability framework? And here, initially when we started, we thought we have approximately about 23 departments in the US government that are potentially could be using AI. Our initial thought was to select a sample of few agencies to do a selection. And then we decided very early on that given that this was the first AI audit, we probably wanted to scale it down. So we decided to focus on one specific agency. And in terms of use case, we actually looked at our high risk series. So interestingly, GAO had done an expert panel on AI in 2018, and there were certain sectors that were considered high risk sectors for public sector implementation of AI. autonomous vehicles, financial markets, cybersecurity, adjudication. And so we kind of let that initial framework, that expert panel meeting guide our discussion. And so we are planning to review 2 to 3 AI systems within one selected agency. And this is one approach, doesn't have to be the approach, but the framework is a massive document. So what we thought was, how will we apply this whole big framework, which has data issues, performance management issues, monitoring issues, to a system that seems like it's, each principle has about 9 or 10 practices. So we decided to just select a few criteria within each of the principles, with the assumption that the maturity level in government is still very much in the early stages, that we're really talking about governance in most. And then depending on how long the AI has been deployed, we can cover aspects of performance and monitoring as well. We wanted to flag who the audit team was, and that is really one of the key recommendations in the framework, is that the audit team has to be a diverse group of stakeholders itself. And so, we have our developers and our data scientists, but we have individuals with domain expertise. So for instance, if we're going to select a use case in cybersecurity, we have our cybersecurity experts in the building, and they'll be part of our audit team to help inform some of the domain expertise that's needed. As well as our lawyers and our methodologists, which we tend to include in most of our audits as well. We are a little bit on the methodology because it's focused very much on governance. We are planning to ask a series of questions around the AI lifecycle, and do plan to collect documentation associated with the specific practices. And depending on how far we can go into the performance of the model, which we definitely want to look at the output, we have the innovation lab, which really is where we plan to do a lot of our performance testing. So the infrastructure for doing the AI audit is somewhat in place. Yeah, thank you. So we hope to be back. We just initiated this audit, so once we've completed it, we hope to be back again and to present on some of our findings and our results with you. So thank you.
شكرا للسيد جون والدكتورة فرح. والآن فلنرحب بضيفتينا التاليتين، السيدة زهرة الجوي والسيدة حمدة آل علي من وزارة المالية، الشركاء الاستراتيجيين في الحكومة الاتحادية.
Now we move on to digital procurement policy and government procurement platform, presented by Ms. Zahra Al-Jawhari and Ms. Hamda Al Ali, Ministry of Finance. And she is managing the department. She has many active participations for the development and advancement of procurement in the UAE. Mrs. Hamda Al Ali is a main member of the Ministry of Finance and the suppliers in all government and federal departments in the UAE. Mrs. Zahra and Ms. Hamda, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zahra Al-Jawi. I'm from the Ministry of Finance. Before I start, I would like to thank the working group for inviting the Ministry of Finance to participate in this seminar. It's a glad honor for us to participate in this seminar. So, as mentioned, today, the UAE's leadership vision and our national agenda is all heading towards supporting the digital transformation and heading towards having a digital economy. Especially when we talk about procurement in the federal government, we want to achieve digitalization in our procurements in the federal government. How we can achieve that? What is the role of the Ministry of Finance in that? The Ministry of Finance plays an important role in federal government procurements. This year, we developed a new policy, which is the digital procurement policy, which was approved by the UAE's cabinet this year. On parallel, we also developed a new system, a new procurement system, which is a comprehensive system that is not only used by the ministry, but by all ministries and but not only used by the Ministry of Finance, but by the ministries and federal authorities. This system, we call it the Digital Procurement Platform. It is a new platform that supports digital transformation. So in this digital transformation, this system and this policy is now applicable, and all the ministries and federal authorities are starting to use it. And this is like a great chance for us to be in this seminar and to talk about our platform as well as the policy. The policy that we have, this digital policy, is a flexible policy that is based on best practices, which considers digitalizations. Also, it is a policy that also ensures that we are compliant with governance principles. In our digital policy, we depended on some of the leading design principles, which are presented there. First of all, I talk about digital adoption. So how we actually developed, how we adopted digitalization in our policy. We added a lot of guidelines, digital guidelines, and also in all our procurement activities as well as processes. In addition to the digital guidelines, we also introduced a new platform which supports digitalization. In addition to that, we have insights-driven decision-making. Providing access to high-quality data would ensure that we make the proper decisions regarding federal government procurements and spend analysis as well, providing the necessary reporting regarding that. We also have ethical conduct. Here we are talking about auditing, and we need to consider ethical conduct in federal government procurements by introducing the code of ethics and conduct. Operational excellence, having streamlined processes with clear roles and responsibilities for the procurement governance and the different roles and responsibilities played within each entity's department. Value creation, creating value for the federal government, working on having innovation and the, efficiency in government spending and expenditures. Having ecosystem collaborations. So all of these actually are the leading design principles and which were built on when we did the digital policy. Following that, here we have an improvements of our previous policies. Of course, we studied all the challenges that we had before. We engaged with our stakeholders. We engaged with the ministries and federal authorities in order to know about their needs. We wanted to know about the current needs that we are facing in this digital environment, digital era. So that's why we developed these policies, considering all of these factors. Digitalization of the key procurement processes and activities, having faster process for supplier onboarding. We have centralized supplier registration in the Ministry of Finance in order to maintain a supplier record. We also have now supplier segmentation. We are segmenting our suppliers. We want to know who are our strategic suppliers, the critical suppliers that the federal government is dealing with. Category management is also a new concept introduced in our new digital policy. We want to know the different categories that the federal government is engaging with and the subcategories associated with it, in which by analyzing the spent, where we are spending our money as a federal government, which are the activities that are very, the activities that are very important for the federal government. We want to have a focus on that. Friendly supplier guidelines, we are providing a lot of advantages for our suppliers in order to maintain good relationships with them. Online e-auctions is also a new key feature in our platform, where we have reverse auctions for certain products where the financial impact or the commercial value is the determiner for awarding the supplier, where we have the system available with a high level of monitoring and governance, where it's in a transparent manner, they can compete by lowering their prices all through the system and through the platform that we have. Having sustainable procurement and supporting green companies, as well as having incentivization program for our SMEs, small and medium enterprises, by working collaboratively with Ministry of Economy and other ministries as well. Having also adoption of ICV, the in-country value. Now the country is also heading towards adoption of ICV in-country value, because we know the return that we will gonna have in our local economy, the UAE's local economy. And all of that is aligned with the best international practices and the recent trends in government procurements in public sector. I talked about the policy side, but when it comes to the platform, so the system side, what's the key objectives of having this new platform in the federal government? First of all, providing a user-friendly experience for the federal entities, for the suppliers, having a user-friendly interface, which is easily accessible to all. Second thing, which is the major, actually, this is the main objective of our procurement, digital procurement platform, DPP, which is speeding up the procurement process. Well, you might say, how come from 60 days to 6 minutes? Yes, we had this objective and we wanted to make sure that we achieve it. How? I'm going to answer you to the next point. By introducing a new concept in the federal government, which is the concept of having a catalog. So what is a catalog? Catalog is a new procurement method introduced in the federal government. It's actually a list of the common goods and services that are procured in any ministry or federal authority. So it's a list, it's similar to e-commerce, where we access it through the online by selecting the items that we want, adding it to the cart, and then proceeding with the payments. Later on, my colleague Hamda will give you more emphasis on how we have control and governance through our catalog process and through our normal P2P cycle, procure-to-pay cycle process. We also enhance the efficiency of government spending, how we can achieve this, which is also a major objective, by signing framework agreements. I mentioned that we introduce a catalog, which is a list. And before introducing this catalog, we as the Ministry of Finance, through the centralized procurement unit, we actually signed framework agreement with many suppliers after selective evaluation criteria in order to provide catalog items that are in best practices and that ensures high level of goods and services provided for the ministries and federal authorities. Encouragement of the participation of SMEs. This is now the agenda for the UAE, is to support SMEs. Also, the final one, which is very important for the auditing, also for governance and making sure that we take advantage of this platform, is the dashboard and the reports that we have. Making decisions regarding spend analysis, procurement analysis, invoicing analysis, also monitoring supply performance is really crucial. And it can all be achieved through monitoring and dashboard feature on the platform. So now I talked about the policy as well as the system. Now here it comes when we talk about the compliance, governance, and control in place. How we can monitor all of that, how we can make sure that our policy and our system are all compliant with governance principles, with the control in place. First one is having a policy, which is the digital procurement policy that I mentioned, as well as a procedures manual, which explains the policy. This policy, it sets out all the protocols, the standards, and the procurement processes across the federal entities. Simply talking, it acts as a reference guide for when auditing the ministries and federal entities by the state audit. So when the state audit will audit the federal entities, it will be based on federal entities procurement. It will be based on the digital procurement policy and procedures manual. We also developed the delegation of authority document. We call it the DOA. The DOA is actually a matrix or a document that sets out and delegates all the authorized powers, the level of approvals, who's the initiator approval, and all of that, based on the different roles and responsibilities that are specified in our policy. It also ensures that we have a segregation of a duty in place as well. Codes of ethics and conduct. What I really liked about this policy, that the first chapter of the digital policy talks about codes of ethics and conduct. And it lists the codes of ethics and conduct for both the federal entities, as well as the codes of ethics and conduct for the suppliers. For the federal entities, it talks about fairness, integrity, transparency, acting in the best interest of the federal government, confidentiality. It also talks about value for money and the conflict, for example, for interest for the employees who are conducting procurements. It talks about all of that. So it covers this aspect. For suppliers, we talk about fraud, bribery, confidentiality, intellectual property, and intellectual property rights and data protection. So all of that is covered in our policy, and we already raised the awareness about this policy and the procurement platform through multiple design thinking sessions with the key stakeholders in the federal government. Procurement governance. When we talk about procurement government, which is very important for when auditing federal government procurements, is having the different roles and responsibilities that take part in the procurement process. So we need to know the different roles. We have the ROUs, the requesting organizational units, the departments that make the purchase requisitions. We also have, the POUs, the procurement organizational units. We have the procurement committee in a place. We have the finance people, finance organizational units. All of these roles are covered in our policy. It's also embedded and it's aligned with the digital procurement platform in order to ensure highest level of control. Supplier relationship management, because I have a wide experience and knowledge working with the suppliers in the federal government. So this is really actually very important to maintain our relationships with our suppliers. How we can have control the data or information provided by suppliers. By having self-registration by suppliers. When suppliers will register the Ministry of Finance, they have to commit and acknowledge the terms and conditions for registering and dealing with the federal government. They have to enter all of the detailed information about them, like the banking details and all like sensitive legal information, and uploading the necessary documentations. And we have next the supplier qualification. Here, when it comes the Ministry of Finance role towards reviewing, and making sure that the suppliers are qualified based on the commodities that they provide. Supplier performance and risk. It's very important to evaluate supplier performance over the long run, as well as to monitor risk through all risk governance. Supplier offboarding, even for supplier offboarding, when we identify a risk, for example, regarding certain supplier, or if a fraud happened, we have even guidelines for supplier offboarding and the blacklisting of suppliers. All of that is covered in both the policy as well as the platform. Finally, the digital tender management. Regardless of the procurement method that we implement in the federal government, either we choose the catalog or we choose, for example, submitting a tender, it's all governed through the system. So we have control in place. And my colleague Khawla will show you exactly the workflows and the processes where we have control. So the RFI or RFP submission, for example, and the bids participation, it's all documented in the system. So we provide a system that is very transparent, where we ensure highest level of transparency and integrity. During the bid submission, when the supplier will submit, it will be all electronically through the system. Also, the evaluation and the selection of the team members, it's all through the system. We have the negotiation rounds also on the system, and digital awarding. If the supplier is awarded, we have digital awarding on the system. We have disclosure and highest level of integrity by mentioning who's the awarded supplier, as well as the supplier disqualification, suppliers that were disqualified. The entities provide the reasonings for not qualifying for certain tender. So simply speaking, these are the main key controls that we have. But my colleague will show you following that, these are like screenshots of what we have in the system currently. My colleague will provide more emphasis on that, the reportings that we have in our dashboard, which ensures highest level of transparency and control. Followed by that, we have also the workflow. In the system, we have the workflow where we can see each step. We can see who needs to approve what next. If it's in green, then it means it's approved. And I also can see and view the history for approval. I can see the dates, when it was approved, by whom it was approved. All of this information is available on the system itself. Now, I will provide more emphasis on the implementation and the system side, the platform side, to my colleague Hamda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zahra. Hello, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen. So following to what my colleague Zahra just mentioned regarding the policy and how it's reflected in the system has control mechanisms in the ability of choosing the products or services purchased, as well as a controlling budget. So one of the new concepts introduced to the federal entities is the catalog, which enables federal entities to choose commonly procured goods and services in the system. How it was done, as Zahra mentioned, it was through a rapid analysis of spend analysis among all federal entities, and then having excessive negotiation rounds with the suppliers, and eventually signing framework agreements with them, and then reflecting it in the catalog in the system. So the catalog will enhance transparency as well as spend efficiency, since the prices are already fixed in the system and it's all monitored there, it's all documented there. So entities, once they order, it will be in the system in the records. Also, the platform reflects the digital procurement policy, as well as the DOA, which is the delegation of authorities. It's reflected in controlling and managing the required level of approvals, as well as segregating the roles of each user. The budget check is also reflected, where there is a direct integration between the digital procurement platform as well as the federal financial system. So this is how the catalog page looks like, where entities can simply just, basically it's like online shopping in the federal government. So once they go to this page, they can search for the product or the service based on the commodity or the keyword of the product or service. So it will not only be user-friendly and easy to search from, but it will also help in documenting and monitoring the purchases commodity-wise. Okay, and this is how the budget control is set in the catalog process. So during that, what happens? Firstly, if I'm a requester from one of the departments, I will go and browse the catalog page. I will choose the product or service that I require in my department, and then I select the item and submit it for approval. Here comes the automatically budget control in the system, where it is integrated from the federal financial. So it will check if there is available budget in the system for this certain department or not. If there is no budget, then it will automatically reject the purchase requisition. If there is a budget available, then it will proceed further with the procedure for the approvals, and then it will the purchase order will be automatically generated from the system and sent for the supplier. Okay, so the control mechanisms are not only reflected in the catalog, but also in the normal P2P cycle as well. So it starts as well with the purchase requisition raised. It's similar to the catalog process, where the requester raises the PR, and the system contains the budget controller as well, where it directly rejects the purchase requisition if there is no budget available, and it will accept if there is budget in the system. Later on, a tender will be issued where proposal submissions take place, negotiations, as well as evaluations. And the technical evaluation is separated from the commercial evaluation to avoid conflicts. We also, as Zahra mentioned, we have the ICP evaluation, which is 25% in the total scoring of the bid. The whole tendering process is, of course, automated and documented in the system from A to Z. After that, the PO will be auto-created either from the tender or from the PR. And once the supplier approves it and delivers the required goods or service, a receipt must be prepared from the entity. After that, the supplier must upload the invoice through the digital procurement platform, and there is a three-way match function in the system where it checks the PO, the receipt, as well as the invoice, and all these three amounts must match. If there was a mismatch in one of them, then the process will not proceed further. It will stay, it will get stuck and go back to the other steps to amend and check again where is this error comes from. After that, after the invoice is being checked, approved from the entity, it will be transferred to the federal financial system, which the last step of the P2P cycle will take place, which is the payment. So the payment will only happen through transfers in the treasury management system only. So no manual work will be done, no checks, no cash will be accepted. All of them are disabled, which is very efficient in monitoring and documenting all payments done from the entities. Now for the contracting process, the Ministry of Finance already developed unified contract templates, which is reviewed by the legal team. So the contracting process is fully automated in the digital procurement platform, as all parties involved in the contract is added in the system as per their roles. So for example, legal, procurement team, as well as the requesting organizational unit. All of them are linked to this contract in the system with their roles specified and what they can do for the contract itself. Once it's finalized, it will be sent to the awarded supplier for the signature and the submission, also through the system. It's very user-friendly and everything is controlled by one platform. And this is how the workflow is done. The process starts by the procurement team to prepare and choose the contract type, whether it's a blanket agreement or it's a service agreement, what type of contract they require. And then they send it to the requesting department to add their final comments if they have any necessary input. And then they will send it to the supplier for final approval. And then if the supplier accepts it, they will proceed with also the submitting it online in the system after the e-signature. And then they will, however, if the supplier didn't accept, it will go back with their comments to the entity where the procurement and the requesting departments will work again with the legal team to review and to whether accept or not accept the comments from the supplier to proceed further. And of course, all of that will happen in the system as well. Also, the system allows the users to view and higher management to monitor the operations, the performance, and the activities through the system, all by the reporting tool and dashboards available. So one of the available reports are the catalog consumption report, which helps in showing each entity's usage of the catalog purchases, how many POs are issued from the catalog purchases, who are the preferred suppliers from this catalog, as well as the total spend of each entity on each commodity from the catalog. Another dashboard is for the normal procurement activities that happens in the entity, which are the normal POs, how many tenders, how many invoices, and top 25 suppliers, for example, in the whole cycle of the P2P. Also, we have reports related to suppliers. For example, this one focuses on the top suppliers who dealt with the entities, how many amounts were awarded to them. It also contains a detailed report where it mentions the commodity, the PR and PO number of them to each supplier and invoices to each supplier. This is just an example report. We also have additional reports that focuses in other areas such as supplier counts or supplier commodities. Lastly, we have the monitoring through the contract KPIs dashboard, where it monitors, for example, the expiration of each contract or the contract types and other areas as well. So basically, the reports help the higher management and decision makers in making the right decision and monitor everything, because everything is detailed and everything is documented in the system. So it will make a difference and it will help also in having an easy decision making. because it will show all the activities that happened and took place in the system. And we just viewed some example screens from the dashboard. However, we can also generate detailed reports from the system by only clicking on the figures. Thank you again for having us.
Thank you, Mrs. Hamda and Zahra from the Ministry of Finance for this invaluable information. The second presentation is presented by Mr. Dr. Chen Jianxi from SAI China, Opportunities and Challenges of Big Data Application in China's Financial System Audit. He is the Financial System Audit Chairman, and he has worked with a lot of insurance and financial auditing companies in China. He is also external auditor for the United Nations Council for Auditing in the United Nations.
Hello, everyone. This is Chen Junshi from the Department of Financial System Audit, China National Audit Office. It is an honor to be invited to this meeting, and I was told to introduce some of the developments, practices, opportunities, and challenges about big data audit in China. So actually, I took part in the similar meetings to different working groups on InterSci, like the Working Group on Big Data, Working Group on Financial Modernization, and the Regulatory Reform. These groups, data application, information technology, are always the key words as well. We all know that in recent years, information technology has significantly influenced most aspects of human society, in particular, the information technology revolution represented by mobile internet, cloud computing, big data, and artificial intelligence is rising. In this process, new technological innovations have generated exponential growth of data in a variety of forms, which provides a basis for more rational and efficient decision-making for the governments or the enterprises. Huge number of data brings us the era to the big data. In this era, data has been recognized as one of the most valuable strategic resources for countries. For size, conducting big data audit has become a necessity in response to this very era. Looking back on the development of China's financial system audit in the past years, data and technical methods have always been an important force driving forward our work. To some extent, the depth of our work is reliant on the skillfulness of us in applying data and technical methods. The more data available and the more advanced technology, the better we can meet the needs for guarding against and reducing financial risks. Overall, the development of data application in China's financial system audit can be divided into 3 stages. At the first stage, the data used in financial system audit was limited to commercial banks, and the analytical techniques were relatively simple, mainly in the basic CERT, SQL, VB, etc. Even so, the scope of audit was significantly expanded. Through the comparison of data from commercial banks, we were able to study credit, interbank business, financial services, asset management business, and other banking business, which paved the foundation for the further study of overall risks in the financial market. First, we used the credit data and reflect the changes in the asset quality of commercial banks, which helped generate many audit findings reflecting credit risks. Second, as the data was expanded into interbank and asset management business, some financing methods with similar functions as credits, yet not counted as such, were also included in our analysis, helping us develop a more comprehensive and complete understanding of shadow banking and play an important role for us to help the financial regulators improve the supervision on shadow banking. Third, we also reviewed many clues of malpractices, such as the defrauding of huge loans, illegal lending, and the cases where relevant executives use the right to allocate credit resources for personal gains. And at the second stage, the scope of data was expanded from commercial banks to other financial institutions and even the whole financial sector. At that time, we mainly focused on the bond market, the stock market, foreign exchange market, futures market, and other derivatives or other financial markets. A typical example is called the bond market storm by the media. We started with bond transaction data and applied the data analysis methods of commercial banks in the bond market. This reviewed a large number of clues from MAC practices concerning the use of loopholes in the bond market to transfer huge profits, directly promoting the regulators to carry out market-wide cleanup. For example, when we find the clues of illegal fundraising and underground banking, we analyze those suspicious accounts and find the accounts mostly have similar characteristics, such as the duration of the accounts is very short, the transaction type is very simple, only for transferring rather than consuming. The transaction frequency is very different from normal accounts. They are very frequent, like millions at a day. The IP and MAC address used in the transaction are the same, indicating that they are controlled by the same person or group. In terms of the analytical methods at the stage, we have accumulated a lot of experiences in handling specific issues. We abstracted a model based on the features of the data in each case and apply it to a wider range of data to identify more individual problems. For example, we have formed special data models for abnormal flow of cross-border capital and the various fraudulent fundraising crimes, especially the rat trading, insider trading, and the market manipulation in the capital market. At the third stage, the data is no longer limited to the financial sector. For example, through the cooperation with the auditing departments, we have reviewed some problems existing in the real estate sector by combining financial data with data of tax revenue and land transaction. In this case, we found that some commercial banks didn't make overall consideration of housing mortgage and other loans. Some residents purchased houses with high leverage for speculative reason, and a few real estate agencies engaged in financial residents house purchasing, which eventually affected the effectiveness of regulative policies. In fact, we have many cases in this regard. The most mainstream method currently used is to integrate all data for audit analysis. Here's another example. Several years ago, China had the largest number of Ubersoft coin in the world. It is like a mining machine for Bitcoin, which you might be familiar with. China has a vast territory. In winter, strong wind in the northern China creates abundant wind power resources. A large number of Bitcoin mining machines were located in northern China in winter. And in summer, the Henduan Mountains in southwest China are rich in water resources, and these machines were located there to enjoy cheap hydropower. We found that a large amount of power resources are consumed and wasted, and some local government even cover up this behavior because a large amount of power generation can create the illusion of economic prosperity. This audit result is found through the analysis of normal power data. From the technical perspective, at the third stage, more new technologies and methods have been applied to auditing practices, especially the use of big data technologies such as unstructured data processing, visualization tools, and intelligent technologies, which enable us to surpass the limitation of imprecision. In the past, we often formed some judgment based on the experiences and use the data to verify the use of big data enable us to form preliminary conclusions through data mining before we have formed any conclusion, helping us to finally make our findings. And after the 3 stages, it can be said with no exaggeration that big data has a profound impact on every aspect of financial system audit this year. Thinking methods and techniques of big data has driven the reform in the overall model of financial system audit. In terms of project planning, supported by the big data, we're able to plan for a larger number and more important projects, pushing for the full coverage of audits. In terms of project organization, as the financial regulatory authorities and the financial institutions all show a trend of increased concentration of business and the data at the headquarters, we also focus more on the audit of headquarters or head offices in the project organization, with more key staff moving upward. And each head office will set up an integrated group. One of the most important roles of the integrated group is to coordinate data analysis. From financial perspective, we have set up a special financial market study group across various projects, conduct data analysis in every field, study the macro, cross industry, cross sector risks, and tackle the major and hotspot issues in the financial sector. It is required that other projects shall offer necessary support to this group, ensure that financial system audit can play its role in responding to market hotspot issues and handling major emergent auditing affairs. This module is an attempt made by us after the application of big data, which has generated sound effects. A big data audit practice has only been carried out for like about 10 years in China, and it still faces a lot of difficulties and challenges. The first aspect is from an internal perspective. We usually encounter a series of challenges to big data thinking, audit organization models, professional expertise, and IT infrastructure. Most common problems are the lack of corresponding professional and technical challenges. The second aspect of challenges comes from the external environment. We now have no barriers in obtaining data legally because of our constitution. Also, in their cases, there might still be some barriers related to obtaining data, like the cost, the data, optimization, quality, and delays. And in practices, obstacles are being occasionally raised by the auditees in order to avoid providing us with data appropriate for a complete and in-depth analysis. In response to these challenges, we propose the following coping strategies. First is to develop long, medium, and short-term planning for big data audit in light of the level of digitalization, as well as our mandates. I think we should we should take a long-term perspective with a firm grasp of current situation, the following suitable big data technology. The second is to set up an IT application in auditing. At present, IT application, it differs greatly among size, which is closely linked to the performance of big data audit. It is suggested that in light of size respective circumstances, IT application should be strengthened step by step. Solid technical guarantees need to be provided for big data audit through data centers, analysis platforms, and innovations in data tools. And third is to strengthen the professional standards of auditors and upgrade audit organization and management methods. Big data expertise is generally lacking in size. It is recommended that we make greater efforts to enhance the overall competence of the audit team and ensure the capability of professionals. A big data analysis team or agency could be set up to help transfer the audit organizations from on-site audit to the combination of on-site audit and off-site data analysis. And the fourth one is to accelerate not only the promulgation, but also the implementation of laws and regulation. Data should be recognized as an important resource in the information era. It should be stipulated explicitly that the sites shall be empowered to obtain data from the auditees. The obligation of audited entities to cooperate and the punishments for those who refuse provide audit or provide untruthful data should also be stipulated. And the last one is to enhance regional and international cooperation. Information sharing and experience exchanges in the area of big data audit at the institutional, regional, and inter-site level should be promoted, just like what we're doing now. At the same time, sites should learn from the practices of other stakeholders, especially the public sector institutions. So this is all that I want to share with you today. Thanks for listening. Thank you.
نشكر الدكتور تشين على هذا العرض القيم. أما
Thank you, Dr. Zhang, for this valuable presentation. Now I move on to introduce Mr. Thabit Khamis from UAE Central Bank. He will talk about central bank digital currency and cybersecurity. He is in charge of information security and he has more than 22 years experience in IT infrastructure and risk management. He has earned this experience through his jobs with many banks and telecommunication, oil and gas sectors. Mr. Thabit, the floor is yours.
Testing. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the future of finance or the future of money, something called the central bank digital currencies. So first, I want to introduce myself. Basically, my name is Thabit Bakhit. I'm the Thabit Bakhit Khamis. I'm the Chief Risk Officer at the Central Bank of UAE. As she highlighted, basically, I worked on multiple projects and initiatives in the Central Bank and also in the telecom sector. One of them is basically the Central Bank Digital Currency POC. As you know, basically, Central Bank of UAE is trying its best to make sure that we have all the possible innovations in terms of financial technology. And one of the POCs, or at least one of the technology that we are currently exploring, is the digital currency and the use of the blockchain and the DLT or the digital ledger. This project basically it was in cooperation with the SAMA, with Saudi Central Bank. It was in 2019. It finished in 2020. And basically the main lesson learned that I'm going to present over here, maybe basically it can be considered as a foundation for the future POCs and future projects that any country or central bank or any agency that likes basically to get involved in such infrastructure or such kind of facilities. First, I want to make sure that we differentiate between what is cryptocurrencies, that what we know currently as Bitcoin, Ethereum, Corba, or any kind of digital currencies or cryptocurrencies that's being traded between different organizations or people in the market currently, and the central bank digital currency. If we talk about the cryptocurrency, it's all about transparency. Basically, it's a transaction or transaction or money or currency that basically sent from one point to point B, and people in the middle basically can see who and to what this kind of transaction was done. Now, for the central bank, this is totally opposite. We want to maintain security. We want to maintain the audit of the transactions, or the privacy of the information. But at the same time, we want to make sure that the information is fast, the information is secure, and the information basically reduces all the complexity that we're currently having between different countries in terms of transferring money from country A to country B. Currently, if you want to transfer money from one point to another point, it takes sometimes 1 day, sometimes 2 days, sometimes 3, depends on the type of method you transfer and the type of the amount of that you're going to transfer because of multiple reasons. Some of them technology, some of them processes, some of them requirements for anti-money laundering. And with this POC that we're going to show to you now is we're trying to basically check the box of all these areas, especially when it comes to the compliance requirement, to make sure that we deliver the transaction as fast as possible and secure and to the intended person. So the project that we initiated, or the POC that we initiated with the Central Bank of Saudi, we called it ABER. Basically, the project is a proof of concept project, which aims to explore the dimensions of the digital ledger in domestic and cross-border transactions, operations, using a unified digital currency. Now, that digital currency, we called it ABER. And the POC was basically done between limited number of banks. So we had 3 banks in UAE and 3 banks in Saudi, with both central banks basically in the middle monitoring all the transactions and also participating in the transaction between us, between Saudi and UAE, in facilitating certain types of payments. Now, ABER basically is an Arabic word that represents the passing through borders. This is what the word comes in. There are similar projects that basically was implemented in different countries in the world. There was Stella and European Central Bank and Bank of Japan, UPIN with Singapore, Gasper with Bank of Canada, COCA with South Africa Reserve Bank, and also with Thailand and Hong Kong monetary authorities. Now, the uniqueness of the ABER project is basically we use the real money, and it's a cross-border, and we had to issue a currency that can be acceptable between 2 countries. This is what's unique about this project. It's the first of its kind, and I'm happy to say that the Central Bank of UAE and the Central Bank of Saudi were the first to actually implement such a project. And hopefully this will be a lesson learned for other countries to actually follow suit and build on it. The main objectives basically of the project, basically everyone was talking about blockchain. What can we use it for? There are different use cases, smart contracts, digital currencies, different NFTs, and different ways of utilizing such technology. So we wanted to go deeper, understand how a central bank or the country make use of such technology. So we explored this technology and to experiment and to understand where exactly what is the limitation, what things that we need to cover, who we need to involve. It's not just an IT people or specific people who are in the organization playing with that technology. No, we had to bring all expertise in all divisions. I was part of that working group, so I was in the risk and information security department. We had to bring people from research. We had to bring people for economists. We had to bring audit. We had to bring monetary and reserve teams. We had to IT and banking operations. All the teams basically were involved in this process. And we saw it also as an opportunity to develop the skill set within the central bank. As you know, the central bank is continually developing its skill set, and we had new joiners coming in. And we wanted to make sure that all the knowledge is actually spread across all the divisions and all the new joiners. So we had fresh grads joining this project to understand how the money works, how to develop, what are the technology, what are the weaknesses, what are the strengths. And honestly, I learned a lot from this project, and I already have like multiple years of experience. And dealing with such technology, you always learn something new. And this project was in 2019. And every day there's some new developments coming in, and it's continuous learning for us as in the central bank. So when we set as a working group with all different parties within the central bank, SAMA and UAE, we had different requirements. First, it was all the transactions needed to be decentralized. So basically, we needed as a UAE, we need to make sure that we maintain control over the currency. Same thing for Saudi. So whatever currencies we issue through the system, we need to make sure that it's under control. We need to make sure it's audible. So all the transaction that's moving around the system, we should be able to track all types of transactions, debit, credit, modification, anything that's related to that currency. Safety. I'm not sure if you are aware, but normally in any banking system, if you do a transaction in a certain amount of time, you need to make sure also that during that time, there's no similar transaction happening in the other part of the system. So we need to make sure there's no double counting. So the challenge in the blockchain is that it takes time to actually make sure that you cascade all the information across all the banks or all the nodes. So we need to make sure that whenever we do a transaction, there's no opportunity for a fraudster to actually do a similar transaction in another place, another shop, with the same information. The third area of concern was privacy. Blockchain, basically, it's all about transparency. So what we wanted to do is something opposite. We want to make sure that it's secure. If Thabit wants to transfer money to a person in another country, no one should know about it unless it's actually authorized. So we had to do a lot of encryption. By default, blockchain is not encrypted. So the area, or at least the information that you get from the news that blockchain is secure, I can say basically it's all depends on the use case that you develop. And you need to make sure that privacy and security, whenever we use this kind of technology, is embedded within the technology, and make sure that you involve IT and the security team in the beginning of the project. So you cannot design something assuming it's secure, but at the end when you start delivering, you find out that everyone knows about the information that you have in the blockchain. And one of the key issues that basically we try to solve in this project is scalability. In the UAE, we have more than 50 banks. And in Saudi, we have 12 or 20. And the more participants you add to this network, you need the network to be scalable. Now, because of privacy, we need to run the systems on private lines. You cannot run the systems this big on a private line system because the cost will increase. Plus, you cannot manage the connectivity between different parties. So one of the key issues that we had is we had to use the internet to actually execute this kind of transaction because of this scalability. But one of the things that we utilize the internet, we use encrypted channels. So we had to use something new called MVPNs. It's something new that we didn't know about. And that basically helped us to make sure that we expand the scope and make sure that we involve multiple banks. Basically, we did a lot of analysis to understand what's available in the market. We floated the RFI and for the POC for different vendors and companies across the world. We had shortlisted into 3 technologies, IBM Hyperledger, Corda, and another technology called Coral. So we did the analysis, tried to understand what are the weaknesses in different areas: transaction privacy, scalability, solution complexity, security, the production readiness, and long-term viability. So we chose a technology that basically ticked all the boxes, and we chose something called IBM Hyperledger. This basically, based on our evaluation at that time, it basically ticked all the boxes, plus with the team that joined from IBM at that time. They were expert in that area, and they helped us a lot in making sure that we have all the requirements delivered accordingly. So this is like a high-level view of how the transaction basically works. So we had the central bank basically doing transactions with the UAE banks. And at the same time, also the UAE banks were able to transfer to the Central Bank of Saudi and also to other banks in the ecosystem. So we had a 2-tier kind of solution, or 2-tier channel structure. One related to the Central Bank of UAE, another one related to the Saudi Central Bank. This is in terms of the connectivity. We had the internet as a backbone for this POC. The good thing about it is also we experiment in using cloud technology and also on-prem solution. So one of the banks, Emirates NBD, use their own servers, data centers, to actually configure the systems. For FAB and Central Bank, we use Salat cloud services. Basically, we made sure that all the cloud services is within the UAE jurisdiction. Same thing for Saudi. Their banks, basically, some of them, they had their own on-prem solutions that they can deliver, and some of them use the cloud services provided within the jurisdiction of that country. Now, one thing of the challenge also of using such technology is the privacy or the data privacy and data or the cloud policies. As a UAE, we need to make sure that we maintain everything within the UAE jurisdiction. Same thing for all other countries. So in future, if you want to connect all the countries using this type of technology, there will be a big challenge in making sure that you transfer all the data accordingly. So we executed 3 use cases. The first use case was actually between us and Saudi. So we transacted monetary amount, multiple amounts. The total of the total transaction was about 150 transactions. I don't recall the exact amount, but we used real money for that. Between us and Central Bank, we have some commercial dealings. For example, for ATM transactions for UAE citizens or customers going to Saudi using their ATM. So at the end of the day, we do settlement between us and them. So we used it to make sure that we deliver that settlement, and we used we executed that transaction between us and Saudi. Another transaction is a domestic transaction. So we used we had dealings also with the banks in the UAE. So we used what we call something called the RTGS system, the real-time settlement system between us and the banks. So we use that kind of a structure or system to make sure that we using that the blockchain technology, the ABA protocol, to execute this kind of transaction. The third phase, which is a cross-border transaction, which was the biggest basic use case that we did on this platform. So we did multiple transactions between us and central banks and Saudi, between the banks and in UAE and banks in Saudi, in 2 directions. And it was very successful in making sure that we monitor all the transactions and we understand all the information. Now, the key thing about that, we don't have access to the information that executed by the Saudis in their jurisdiction. Same thing, they don't have access also to the information that we executed in our jurisdiction. So we made sure that we have 2 separations in terms of the type of transactions and the information being shared. And this is where the trick comes in. You need to make sure that you use encryption very properly. You cannot share your digital keys with parties outside of your jurisdiction. Same thing from the other jurisdiction. You need to make sure you protect your digital keys and make sure that it's continuously changed and updated. So in a nutshell, the project result, basically the POC demonstrated that the distributed digital technology can provide central banks with the necessary capability to develop payment systems at a domestic level, as well as facilitate cross-border payments. The project achieved its objectives to establish the concept. It spread the learning across all the departments within the both central banks. The knowledge basically spread. We documented that and we published that on our website, the Central Bank website and SAMA website, and all the results of that POC is already online. And basically, we consider this as a desire to build a foundation to build central bank digital currency for the UAE, and make sure that whatever lesson learned that we understood from this project can be overcome and enhanced in future. Now, in terms of the challenges, this is a summary of the challenges. Basically, the currency rate should be kept static. So we couldn't do the dynamic currencies. So if you have currencies which are pegged to a specific currency, that will be an easier kind of option to actually facilitate payments. If you have countries with different rates, there should be a mechanism that actually helps in making sure that we have real-time transaction and real-time currency rates. Restrictions, important of certain restrictions. So whatever kind of audit rules that needs to be set, you need to make sure that you develop in advance and you review it regularly. So as an audit, These kind of things may be very important actually to make sure that these kind of rules are set in the beginning before actually implementing and reviewed on a regular basis to see who has access to what and what are the level of information that actually exposed in the blockchain. In terms of the economics, we saw that there is a need to actually make sure that all the monetary transaction or monetary teams are actually involved in the system and the ecosystem to understand what will be the impact on the money supply. So if the central bank of UAE issue more tokens using Aber, and Saudi also issues the same, there might be more issues related to the money supply in both countries. So this more further studies needs to be done by different teams. Now, in terms of the technical challenges, this is what I've highlighted previously. The system needs to be compliant with all the IT security requirements, with all the cloud security systems and policies. Complex scenario needs to be designed and tested regularly. Cloud and on-premises solution can be utilized, but then you need to make sure that the data privacy and data and information is not transferring to other jurisdictions. Thank you very much. I'm ready to answer any kind of questions. Thank you.
شكرا للسيد.
Thank you, Mr. Thabit Al-Khamis from Central Bank of UAE for sharing these valuable information on central bank digital currency. Now we welcome Mr. Dr. Marwan Al-Zaraouni from Dubai Blockchain Center. He will talk about UAE's blockchain ecosystem. He is the chairman of this center that's working on thriving to support the thrive of blockchain technology in the country, and he does a lot of presentations in the government and public sector. Dr. Marwan, the stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum.
Peace be upon you. I think that the slides are clear and you can see everything. So today I'll talk about blockchain. But first of all, I would like to explain to people who don't know what blockchain is. I will simplify the concept and what is the value of blockchain, and I'll focus on three main ideas, and then we present some use cases. And Mr. Thabit explained one of them in the Central Bank of the UAE. I will speak in English so that I think the majority of the audience is non-Arabic speakers.
Strategic advisor to Digital Dubai, which is the digital authority in the Dubai government, and we oversee over 138 different government entities, and we advise them and also guide them in digital transformation journeys within the Dubai government and semi-government entities. This includes entities like Dubai Airports, Emirates Airlines, Amar, and some other entities which are huge giants, not only here in Dubai, but also globally. So I am also the CEO of Dubai Blockchain Center. I have 20 plus years experience in blockchain, cybersecurity, information security, intelligence, when it comes to data itself rather than just the technical part. I did my master's in something called information security and intelligence, but I focused on network-centric organizations. And this was the foundation that helped me really understand how blockchain works. I was rated recently by Telegraph magazine as one of the top 100 most influential people in cryptocurrency and blockchain. And I think that's a good segue for me to start talking to you about what is blockchain actually. So blockchain is three parts actually. There's actually multiple parts, but the three basic ideas are the idea of a block and what is a block. And this idea has been used across a lot of industries, including computer virus detection, including, of course, digital signatures, including a lot of other things that we use in the background. We don't really realize what technology is used, we just know that it works. I'll give you an example, a practical example of what is a hash. And then I'm going to explain the second idea, which is the idea of a block, which is a new idea that was created by blockchain technology. And then the idea of what is a blockchain and how is that transformative and really adds a huge value from what we've had before that technology came along. So the idea of a hash is basically taking any amount of data in digital form. For example, this contents of this form that we have here in text. If there's nothing inside this form so the data is 0, you still get a hash. You pass literally whatever in that box, a white box, into an equation called SHA-256. This SHA-256 is an agreed on algorithm that doesn't change. The only thing that changes is what you feed it. And in this case, we're feeding it 0. So the result will always be a hash that starts with 3E, like you can see here. And it's always the same length. And that's why it's called 256. And that's the length actually of that hash. And it's not numbers, it's what's called the hex representation, which is numbers and letters up from A to E. So the total is 16 basically for each field. And we have 256 of them. So that's the basic explanation. So why is this revolutionary, the idea of a hash? Because if you change anything in that data area, the whole number at the bottom, the hash, completely changes. So that prevents anybody from changing any record. And that's extremely important for accounting. It's not only for numbers, but also who this number is assigned to. For each record, could be, for example, a ledger of accounts of one record entry, or it could be 1,000,000, or it could be a 0, or it could be the whole Library of Congress. It doesn't matter. You always get a consistent length kind of hash that is unique to that record. So why is this revolutionary? Because it's tamper-proof, it is hack-proof by design. You cannot change it. Once you enter the data, the hash is kept in a safe way, and then nobody can modify the data. So let's say, for example, the hash for Marwan, if you go to any SHA-256 service on the internet, or you download it as an offline code, it will always give you the same result, which is A81CCC3EDE. You can Google that, you can find any SHA, and it will always result in the same result. If you add a space, deduct the space, make it capital, make it shift it one level, it will change completely from what it was before. Then somebody came up with this idea, which looks very simple, but it's extremely complex, actually. It's not easy to come by. The idea was to add a number of fields. There are 2 fields. I'll point to them because I have this fancy laser pointer, which it doesn't show. I'll use the traditional way, my fingers. So the block number, which is unique, we'll start, think of this as a ledger or a notebook, right? Let's call it the block number will be the page number, or the block number in this case. And then nonce is something that does not matter whatsoever. So we'll completely ignore it for now. And then the data. So we know that each block will have a number, a serial number, and will have a piece of data. This could be nothing, like I mentioned, or something that could be huge, or the size could be even 1 letter. So that results always, if you put that block content into the equation SHA-256, you will get a number, right? What if we created a challenge that number has to always start with a 0? Think of it like you are going to open a suitcase. Most suitcases have 3-digit combinations, right? What if it was 1-digit combination? How many possibilities are there? If it was 1-digit suitcase, 10, right? And accountants present, so they know
100% is 10, right? What if it's 2 digits? No. 100. 3 digits? So if it was a 3-digit suitcase, it will take you 1,000 attempts. This could be 5 minutes, 7 minutes. It could be 1 minute. It could be 000. Some people leave their suitcases as 000. But worst case scenario, it could take maybe 7 minutes, 8 minutes. Do you think that's a good mechanism to protect hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars? I don't think so. That's why a lot of these safe boxes give you 6. They give you 3 on each side. That becomes exponentially harder, right? So now trying to solve for the content plus a number plus the number 1 for a hash that comes up with zeros, not only 1 0, which is relatively easy as we spoke about. If it was 1 to 10, it is 10 possibilities. In this case, it's infinite possibilities because you don't know how this algorithm works. You cannot reverse engineer it and go from the algorithm, from the hash to the content. That becomes exponentially harder. And the more zeros you have, the leading zeros, the harder it becomes. So 1, 2, 3, 4 zeros we can agree on will be easier than 20 zeros, right? Because it will be extremely hard to get 20 zeros versus 2 zeros. I know I lost some of you guys, but bear with me here. You'll get the idea. So they created a competition called mining. This is one of the core idea of blockchain consensus, or agreeing on what goes inside the data. The mining is basically taking content that everybody agrees on, which is the data, and coming up with a number, or what we call now the nonce, to make the combination of the block number plus the nonce and the data equal the leading number of zeros. If you wanted to make it difficult, we'll add more zeros and ask people to add more zeros. If you wanted to make it easier, we'll remove zeros. So, okay, fine. We have 1 record. We have the hash. It starts with 4 zeros. Why should we care? You should care because this becomes an internationally accepted standard for ledger. How do we do that? We just add. See, if we don't have leading zeros, it will be red. So I put the word Marwan there, my name, and then I click the mine button, and somebody somewhere in the world came up with the number 1, which is the block number, plus this number 31335 plus Marwan will equal 4 zeros. Yeah, looks very easy. Computer can get it very quickly. 31,000 attempts later, but extremely hard to do it with a human person, because the bigger the data, the bigger the number of zeros, the more difficult it is to hash a block. Or in this case, mine a block, because we have this new terminology now called mine. Now, if you understand one thing out of this whole presentation, please understand that the idea for blockchain, the idea of a chain is nothing but taking the hash of the previous block and putting it in the next block. It's extremely fundamental idea and the core of all blockchain technology. The aspect of time, the dimension of time. Block was 1 instant, 1 record, and it is not scalable because when you add stuff to it, you cannot take it. The whole hash changes. You cannot do anything with it. But if you laminate it and close that record and start a new record every certain period of time, you make it a ledger system that survives infinitely. And I'll tell you why. So this is the idea. You take the first block's hash. So we added one thing here, which is the previous. We added 1 field. So started with block number, nonce, data, and it added previous block hash and current block hash. So this is 157. We take that number, put it here. 0, 157, and then we hash the whole thing. Now, this number is unmodifiable after the fact. Let's say in the first record, we put Marwan, we click the button mine. Now we have the hash for Marwan, which is 4 zeros, of course, and then E73A, we take E73A, we put it there, and then we enter any record. Now, this thing is not equal 0. We put Abdullah there as a record. The previous thing didn't change. The current record is now start with C8C, but if we click on the mine button, it will take all the stuff. Block number 2, Abdullah, and previous record, and put them all in one hash, which starts with 0000. What does that give us? We can do that forever, actually. Block number 3, we are now in block number 6,000 or 700,000 in the blockchain ecosystem. And you cannot change any previous record at all, because once you change the previous record, the hash of the next record will always be nulled because it doesn't start with the required number of zeros. So this is, in essence, the idea that really provides a trust in a distributed way, because that record right now can be held by anybody in the world. All they have to do is store the records of the previous blocks, and they don't even have to do that. They have to just, when they start, they know the hash of the last record they started with, which is called now light mining as well, which is like lightweight miners don't have to store the whole record of the blockchain, just the hash when they want to start being a participant of this ecosystem. Now, some of the use cases in blockchain included financial use cases, and I give some of the examples that we use here in the UAE. MRSMBD used blockchain for example, initially as a pilot internally for settlements, just like the central bank did, and they were participant of that system, as my colleague from the central bank was explaining. But they also started doing something called e-checks, and it's basically to verify that nobody modifies checks. And almost instantly, if not instantly, they eliminated forgery of checks, of all checks of MRSMBD. So you cannot forge a check because the actual check is actually now on the blockchain. Once you issue a check, it's already laminated, so to speak, and the record is kept. So basically, instantly stopped check fraud. This is the same use case. Another use case was Hayat. Hayat was a project that I personally worked on with the Ministry of Health. We actually provided a system where we can match donors with recipients of these organs without revealing the identity of any of the participants on each side. And we did that by using something called HLA matching, DNA-based matching. And it's the same idea that we have with Abr, which is the private keys are kept by certain participants that are not shared with others. And it's called a privileged blockchain. And we use something called zero knowledge proof as well. You can prove that this is a recipient without revealing his identity, and you can prove that he's a match without revealing any information. So the combination of private key usage as well as zero knowledge proof enabled us to have a thriving system of organ donation. We use that also for blood donation, and being able to track any bag of blood to the source and where it was contaminated in a very granular way. We call it a provenance tracing. And we used it not only for this kind of use case, but we used it also for tracking illicit goods or ingenuine goods as well. So it can be used for healthcare. Healthcare and education are the hardest in the regular world, but they are the best use cases for blockchain technology. And I wanted to do this project just to prove that even healthcare can be done with using blockchain and improve dramatically. Speaking of that, settlement was another obvious use case. And in Digital Dubai, what used to be called Smart Dubai, we use that in the same way that the central bank used for settlement across a number of entities. We have, like I mentioned, 138 different entities with transactions. I think it was 16 billion or something. It's a huge number, 4.3 billion, sorry, US dollars. So around 16 billion dirhams or so. We published this in our report that we worked with Dubai Future Foundation, the UAE government, and the World Economic Forum. And some of the examples that you saw here are being actually copied across the whole world, including the settlement and healthcare and also EduChain for education. Speaking of EduChain, we did a report for them for learnings actually from blockchain technology. And this was with myself, the Blockchain Center. At that time, I was not part of Digital Dubai, so we partnered with them, and EduChain, which I am actually a partner with as well. So we did this report, and we identified 3 value takes for government uses in blockchain. One of them was record and notarization. An example of that is EduChain, which is a system that provided records keeping and notarization across more than 40 different education institutions in the UAE. So when you move from a school to a university, or from primary school to an advanced school or to university, you actually don't need to notarize your records. They are all on the same blockchain. There's a single source of truth that you can go to. You don't need to wait for Ministry of Education or the other entity to approve your records, because you know that record, when it came out of the university, it was 100% correct. It was by the guy who holds the private key for that entity that can issue the record. So the other 2 value takes are smart contracts, which we are using right now in Dubai, for example, in the land department and other use cases. And then the third one, which is settlement or value exchange, which is being used right now in Dubai Pay, which is called now Dubai Now, and other entities for settlement. This is actually a very good use case also for cryptocurrencies and tokenization across the traditional, equity kind of markets, what we call security tokens. So we also did this kind of, to simplify, this is obviously a very, very simplified way of showing where the value takes across these 3 different verticals for each kind of industry. So for example, you can see in the financial services, that's where we're standing right now. It's extremely high on all 3. For healthcare, for example, with Hayat, that record keeping and making sure there's zero knowledge proof for privacy reasons, it's extremely important. But smart contracts and value exchange in healthcare is not that applicable and doesn't give you that big value take. And another thing we mentioned in the report, and this is from practical use cases of blockchain, that in each one of those 3 phases, phase 1 being pre-implementation, there are certain challenges, and the core challenges is people understanding the value take from blockchain. And this was extremely important because a lot of people started blockchain technology on existing user journeys and existing use cases that were solved already. They did not need to add blockchain as a layer there. It was already done through normal traditional databases and API. They did not understand that the value take is actually record keeping in the way that you preserve the record. And it's actually a multi-stakeholder ecosystem, not 2 or 3. It has to be a huge number of stakeholders that all need a single source of truth and a single reference, and they are all willing to be participants within that system and really update themselves on a regular basis to make sure that they are always maintaining that level of trust. During implementation, one of the challenges, and the biggest challenge, was actually expectations. A lot of people thought blockchain would solve all their problems, including security. We heard from His Excellency Mohammed Al-Kuwaiti that cybersecurity is important. Blockchain gives you one type of security, which is record keeping, but does not give you, other types of security, which is the security at the point of issuing the record. So if somebody hacked you and he was able to actually issue a record, blockchain will not help you. And the third phase, and the most important phase, is a lot of these blockchain projects that we actually helped create, the ecosystem was not using them. They was not using the value from these ecosystems. They were not realizing how to grow it with adding more stakeholders in. If you have a certain number of stakeholders and 2 of them not using it, they're not incentivized to actually keep going with that. A lot of these guys lose interest, and then the project basically dies. That being said, we have a thriving ecosystem in the UAE when it comes to blockchain technology use across the government, across different sectors. and there's not enough space in the slides to show you all of the use cases. But a lot of people say there's not a lot of use cases in the UAE, and this is only the UAE. And you can see these are only the entities that are actually using the blockchain right now as we speak in 2022. So thank you very much. And I hope you enjoyed the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Marwan Al-Zar'ouni. And now I leave the floor to Abdul Rahman Al-Mahmoud, who is a researcher from وين الورقة الثانية؟ And he worked in this So Mr. Abdul Rahman Al Mahmoud, Technology Innovation Institute from the UAE, and his presentation on AI pipeline from data to insight.
First of all, thank you very much for having me again in this wonderful event. It's my second time being part of this working group. Today, I'm going to talk about a topic which is a continuation of my last talk on the webinar that was in September, I believe, which is titled AI Pipelines, Data to Insights, which is basically something that is talked about quite often. It's probably covered by multiple speakers at this point, and a lot of information exists about this. But today I want to share a different perspective on this. It's more of a strategic view on the developments of these pipelines and how we are actually looking at them in a new perspective, on how we're including subject matter experts into designing these pipelines, and how things are changing, basically. Now, let me start by giving a recap on the last talk that I gave, which basically covered data strategies. The key takeaway then was that the development of organizations and the way that organizations mature in their journey, data journey, you can see clearly that more mature organizations start to focus more on building high quality, great data strategies. That can be seen across the board, right? With more maturity with data, this is the current trend. Of course, I covered the elements of data strategies, which cover the multiple segments that allow you to build value out of data. And now the interesting part is it all starts with data, right? This is the most important thing. People say that data is the new oil. And true to that, data needs to be cleaned the same way that you need to refine oil. It needs to be shipped. It needs to be prepared. And this is what we need to do now. Now, before I start talking about the journey of data or the story of data, I want to share a successful use case, actually, or a great use case for data utilization or data to insights pipeline. This is the control center in Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, ADNOC. They call it the panoramic room. It basically collects data from the vast assets that ADNOC has all over the world, and brings that data, prepares it, processes it, and then presents it in a way that allows these experts to take decisions, which is exceptional, actually. It allows you to take decisions faster. It allows you to support decision makers. It allows you to be proactive. If you need to be reactive, it allows you to be reactive in the minimal amount of time. So this is what we need, or this is the value that you get from building a proper AI data pipeline. Now, if we drill down or look at it from the most basic elements or from the highest level, it's quite simple. You have data that comes from multiple sources. Of course, this is just an example of where you can get data from. You can get data from a vast majority of places. You need to ingest that data into a central point or the collection point, be able to absorb all of that data, get it from their core systems, and then take it through a preparation process. Now, I'm not going to cover the preparation process in detail. Again, I'm going to try to link this data pipeline or this AI pipeline with the role of experts, non-AI or non-data experts. I don't want to go into the technical details, but I want to show the new methodology or the new thinking that we have on how to build these systems. After the preparation, you can either visualize the data as raw data if you want, if there is value in that, or you can push it to data sharing platforms. This depends if you want to monetize your data. Some entities sell data, some entities license data. So if there is a monetization effort, this would be the right stage. Or you can push the data into your machine learning pipeline, which comes with its own set of steps, training, testing, validation, which then gives you the output that you need, either to the experts in the domain, data scientists, visualization, analytics, and so on. Now, the most important thing here is the value that you get from this data, which is quite a new way of thinking about things. And what we found to be very effective is to build what we call use case stories or data stories, which basically looks at a user group in an organization or a customer. This came from the private sector, so it's being applied now in the government. And finding the use case or need, addressing their core need as a story from data to the processing up to the value that they get, and building that in a very clear story. So this is the most basic formula that we can look at, right? It's the current capabilities that we have, which could be an auditor that's looking at paper data, right? Or a doctor in a hospital that has to fill manual forms. You have better tools that allow you to do much more. These are tools, either digitization, analytics tools, tools that allow you to detect anomalies. And that gives you the desired outcome, which is an improved process, more capability, auditors that can do more. Now, let me try the laser pointer myself. Now, the typical example or the typical pitfall would be to start by looking at the tools. Thinking, okay, I want tools that will allow me to do more. Let's see what exists on the market. And that would be a typical mistake that I've seen happen. What you need to do is look at the desired outcome, have a clear understanding of what you want to be able to do. You want to be able to either increase the efficiency of the process, to process more data, to detect certain events, and then you build backwards and look at the tools that allow you to do that. That gives you a much better, clearer vision on what type of tools you actually need. If you look at the tools and try to get a desired outcome from the tools, you will be taking a shot in the dark. You might end up in a situation that doesn't really benefit your case. Now, of course, to build a proper or a great use case story, you need to cover certain elements. It has to be impact driven. So anything that you want to achieve has to impact the organization positively. It has to be well defined. So you don't want to be in a situation where you're saying, okay, I want to increase the efficiency. That's too vague. You want to be able to say, okay, I want to increase efficiency by N% or be able to process 50,000 documents or detect certain type of anomalies within a certain amount of time. So you want to be very clear, because this is the metrics that you will be measuring against or evaluating the tools against when you deploy them as well. It has to be measurable, of course, as I said. It has to be very clear and that you can measure the impact. And it has to be based on studies and evidence. Unfortunately, there are a lot of misinformation about what AI can do, what tools can do, what data can do. So it's very good to look at the best practices, to look at what's actually really achievable and base your expectations on that. That allows you to get the tools that would actually benefit you or meet your expectations. Now, going back to this pipeline, I want to cover the data element and the developments in the data side. So this is the first segment here, from the data sources to ingestion and perception. Now, there are two ways that we look at the data ecosystem. The traditional way, which was looking at data as assets. And this came about because originally, many organizations didn't look at data. The data was a byproduct of their activities. If you look at the historical way, let me call it, of doing things, you had systems that were operating, working in a certain domain field, and the data was not really looked at. People cared more about actually continuing their work processes or their work. So this came to be the data as an asset. the data as an asset focused to actually utilize the data. We have a lot of data. This was the thinking behind it. We need to utilize it. So if you see at the architecture or the way that things work, you had a technical team or a data team, which was usually the IT team, that was working with the backend systems to try and push data to the teams. So it was mostly a conversation of, we have this data, please see what you can do with it, right? And that is the more traditional way of doing things, or the older way. The new approach is looking at data as a service or as a product. And I'm not gonna try to differentiate between productization or the service, data as a service, but it's a shift from actually trying to utilize the data into creating value out of the data. And that has its own unique, different way of doing things. You see that the data teams or the experts, now you have data scientists, you have data engineers, you have people specializing in data that are having conversations with the subject matter experts. Team A, B, C are the subject matter experts. They could be auditors, they could be medical professionals, they could be people from the oil domain, for example. And the conversation goes more towards, what do you actually want to achieve? Would this data actually be helpful to you? Can we actually try to pull data from another domain? So it becomes more of a back and forth with the experts to actually meet their expectations, rather than pushing data to them and then having them do their own thing. Now, I'm not advocating for one or the other. Data as an asset has its own advantages. If you want to monetize the data, or if you're in an organization that sells data, let's say, for example, you're trying to sell satellite data. You want to be able to monetize it. It's an asset. You want to be able to take it as soon as possible and push it out as soon as possible and sell that data. So that allows you to do that very quickly, and it's very efficient in that. If you want to actually build systems or services, then you need to look at data as a product or a service, and you need to involve the domain experts more. Here is the involvement of the domain experts and defining what actually needs to be done, what is valuable. If you allow engineers, for example, I come from an engineering background. If you allow us to take decisions on what auditors need, then that's a completely different story. I will not try to tell medical professionals, for example, what they need. We need to have that conversation, and that's how the new trend is happening. I promise this will be the last time I'm gonna hopefully go back to this slide. But I want to focus, because of time, I will not be able to cover all the preparation steps and the involvement of domain experts and the preparation steps, but I want to talk about data fusion, because this has been a very interesting trend and quite valuable. And I'm going to use an unconventional example. This is an autonomous car from 2005 and the DARPA Grand Challenge, DARPA Autonomous Car Grand Challenge. If you look at the car from 2005, there were no Teslas then, there were no autonomous cars then. The autonomous cars then had quite a lot of sensors, quite a lot of unique sensors, LiDARs, radars, cameras, things that I probably don't know. But if you look at the history of AI, historically from the 50s till now, the DARPA Grand Challenge was one of the monumental greatest steps in the AI history. And that is because new concepts got developed in this race, actually. One of them was sensor fusion. So you have all these sensors, you're trying to bring them together to build a coherent picture of reality, of what's happening. So for example, look at the human body. Your eye sees something, then you hear it, then you smell it. You know, for example, if it's a fire, it's in essence, it's a sensor fusion type of scenario. If I see something, but you hear it, we cannot link that data, right? Here, this is what they were trying to achieve with these cars. What you see, you want to overlay it with what you sense, you want to overlay it as well with what you sense and the GPS sense as well. This concept can be applied to multiple domains, medical domains, to auditing as well. For example, a huge trend is trying to get social media data and correlate it with events that you have in the organization. A great example was intrusion detection systems. Or let's say you have a network system that went offline, suddenly something bad happened. You look at the weather forecast, you know that there is rain, it could be flooding, it could be, so you start getting more sources of data and trying to correlate them. And this is exactly what data fusion is. is getting multiple sources of interrelated data and try to build a more coherent picture of reality or a phenomena. Now, what drives this is the domain experts. As a data engineer, again, I cannot tell a medical professional what type of data could help him. It's a conversation of sitting down and bringing the data engineers with the professionals, auditing professionals, and then try to explore possibilities. Would this actually work or not? Okay, there was one more. I'm going to talk about the last element, which is the machine learning pipeline, and this has been covered quite a bit, so I don't think I need to go into the details of this, but I want to highlight the involvement of the professional or the subject matter experts. Now, machine learning usually goes through training, testing, deployment, and monitoring. The area which we need as AI or machine learning experts, we need domain experts the most is within the validation step and the monitoring step. And that is because we as data engineers look at the output of machine learning as numerical values. You either get 99% accuracy or 20% accuracy, and that's good enough for us. But the experts, the subject matter experts, are the ones that actually are able to interpret what does 99% really mean. I've seen, for example, engineers that were trying to market cancer detection systems, medical cancer detection systems, as 99% accurate. When they had the clinical discussion with the actual professionals, they realized that they were detecting bones as cancer. And that's really, that really shows you the value of actually sitting down with the domain professionals and actually setting the validation metrics. So the validation metrics should be defined in collaboration between domain experts and the data professionals. And this is a bit of a shift from what you usually found the university students sitting down doing their own thing. Now you find more of a medical engineering experts that have both expertise or working together with machine learning experts. The monitoring, of course, when you deploy machine learning in real life, it doesn't usually perform as well as you expect. If it performs as well as you expect, the performance degrades over time. So something that you deploy today could perform badly in 3 years or 4 years. And that can happen because of certain events. For example, let's say that you deploy a weather monitoring system trained in summer. It will fluctuate in winter as well, right? And it will slowly start to skew away. The algorithm itself starts to what we call skew. So you need to continuously monitor it. And that is something that the domain experts have a better understanding than the engineers. They know how does it really perform in reality. So high impact approaches. Now, what we found to be the most effective is a couple of initiatives from my previous work. So when I was an advisor in the Prime Minister's office, I found that these initiatives were the most impactful in actually developing this new data pipeline where more conversations or more interrelated work is being done. One of them was the AI retreat. This was an event that was held in the Emirates Towers that brought AI experts from all over the UAE together to basically sit down, discuss the latest issues, discuss the latest challenges, the opportunities, and come up with the recommendations or a list of recommendations. There were more than 1,000 AI experts that gathered there from various backgrounds, private, universities, government, people from different backgrounds, medical, from oil and gas. And what we found is that when they sat together and discussed these things, the lessons learned, the recommendations shaped the way that we looked at AI in the government as a whole. And we still are benefiting from this discussion to this day. So what I want to encourage with this is more conversations, more people from different backgrounds. We need to sit down with the legal teams. We need to sit down with the medical teams. Something that works for them could work for other entities. And the value of this really showed then. The second initiative that has been extremely successful, in my opinion, the most successful of all, was the AI program. This was a training program given to government employees, senior government employees on AI and data. Now, this was an 8 to 9 month program. I don't recall. It's been a couple of years since I've been there. And the number definitely increased. I'm sure it's over 700 now. But what happened is government officials joined this program, which was given by Oxford University for 8 months. They got trained on data and AI. Now, these are government officials from various sectors: education, healthcare, energy, police. They came in and they got this training to understand AI, to understand data. And what they became later is what we called AI ambassadors. They're the ones that went back to their organization and started to bring change from within. They're the ones that brought this new type of mentality where, okay, now I can talk with the data team. I can understand exactly what they're talking about and bring more value. This is the two type of communication that we need to have. And this has been the most effective and impactful initiative that I can say I've been part of. So with that, I'm going to conclude my presentation and thank you all for listening. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Abdulrahman, for this unique presentation. Now we will take a 1 hour lunch break to continue afterwards what is left.
الحضور الكريم أهلا بكم مجددا ونستأنف معا ما تبقى.
Welcome you again, and we'll continue with us, and we have our Mr. Tija, Artificial Intelligence Council, with the bad and ugly in governance, and he's a member of Group 5, and he's a member in the consultancy for the working group. He has a great experience in healthcare and industry and investment and technology, as well as business and banking and technology. Mr. Alok, please come in.
Thank you for a great introduction.
أنا شخص هناك الكثير يستخدمون بالطبع الذكاء الاصطناعي وتعليم الآلات، وهذا يعتمد بالطبع على تقييم أمور كثيرة وخاصة الأمور الداخلية، وهذا فالذكاء الاصطناعي لا يعتمد فقط على IoT تتعلق بالوقت. ومحاضرة اليوم، هل رأى أحدكم جيد وسيء وبشع؟ هذا الفيلم بالطبع لديه 3 أشخاص قرروا أن يتنافسوا مع بعضهم، وهنا الذكاء الاصطناعي ومن الذي يربح على الآخر.
Things, what is happening on the internet? You must have seen that 2 million searches per minute on Google, and then 72 hours of upload on YouTube per minute. So such a huge usage of internet data. That makes much more uses of kind of cyberspace, and that cyberspace also makes us use artificial intelligence. One of the easy uses is like your Google Maps. It learns from the users who uses them, where is the traffic jam, where the roads are more jammed. Somewhere it's real time, somewhere it's little delayed. But that's, again, it's learning from you. That's artificial intelligence. Now, today's washing machine, we must, seen a lot that we put in a cloth, water, detergent, it won't be future. Future would be your wardrobe. Just put your jacket in the wardrobe, molecular technologies, ions will be released and take your dirt out of your t-shirts. Not only, if you have order, different kind of orders, the sensors will sense and release the kind of fragrance which can work on that kind of smell. That is the future of artificial intelligence with uses of Internet of Things. Your refrigerator will do two things. One, it'll sense with the sensors that what kind of food smell is coming. You have kept cut onions. It'll give fragrance. Not only, it also can measure your milk bottle's weight. It has reduced today to, let's say, half, which is your 2 liter to 1 liter, and your average consumption per day is 1 liter. It will place an order to a nearby grocery, wherever your account is, to your wallet, and at your door, the milk will be there. You won't know, but your fridge will know that milk is out of order in 2 hours or 4 hours, whatever you program accordingly. Now, the growth of IoT from 2019 and to 2021 was significant, which means from 8.6 billion devices to we almost reach to 13 billion devices, which is much more than our population. In future will be around 2030 will be around 30 billion devices, means we are 8 billions, but our devices will be 30 billions, which are connected to internet. Now, why today? These technologies were available before, but why today this innovation has happened or IoT started becoming more commercial use? One, few years back, one sensor of kind, which in fridge, if what I spoke about, will use around hundreds of sensors for different fragrances, different for like milk and other stuff. It used to cost $100 per sensor. Today it costs in $1, 100 sensors can come of different types. So one, the sensor become commercially viable to use your fridge or daily use of stuff. Then bandwidth, it becomes cheaper. It used to be expensive bandwidth in past. It is becoming more bandwidth also we have available. Second is that the processing also became cheaper. You remember that floppy disk we used to use to store and process stuff, as well as the microprocessor we used to process, but today, it's in small USB, you can have gigabytes. So again, smartphones that also promoted more of uses of IoT. Then wireless coverage everywhere. That also helped us. Now, biggest thing was like big data and IPv6. Why IPv6 is helping significantly? You know that our computer, we have a 3 digits, .3 digits, and .3 digits, and .3 digits. So number of machines are limited to connected to internet, but IPv6 do not have that limitation. So that promotes more uses of your IoT and of course promotes artificial intelligence. Now, I was talking about this movie, The Good, Bad and Ugly. Good, we started talking about why we evolve. Why? Because we communicate. The device is evolving. Artificial intelligence is evolving because that communicates. Now, few commercial examples we know a lot. I'll give you some home examples of artificial intelligence and IoT mixed. This happy fork is good for people like who eat too much. This fork monitors your eating habit and pattern. You are eating too fast or eating too much, it alerts. And it gives you also in your mobile the kind of food you have taken or eaten, and why you have taken more also, and what time you should not eat, because you eat at that time more. So day of time, you should avoid eating, and what you eat, that happy fork will tell me. Normally when I go back to my home country for a month, my plants dies because nobody waters, nobody take care of them. But again, the NIVA is very wonderful kind of a IoT evolution, which uses artificial intelligence, understand each plant type. Accordingly, it waters according to the weather condition or temperature. Not only it nourishes, to fertilize or say the nutrient it puts into the plant, based on the temperature, environment, and plant's health. And if plant's health is, growing bad, it alerts you. So if I'm in, let's say, in India or say in Europe, I'll get alert on my mobile. I can tell my neighbor, please take care of my plant, it's dying. Now, this is best. I love it. When first time I became father, in the middle of the night, my son used to wake up and he used to cry. I never understood he has a stomach ache or he's hungry. And we used to feed him when he's had stomach ache, and we used to give him stomach ache medicine when he's hungry. Now, this device tells you, based on the pattern of baby movement, how healthy, good sleep he's taking, or he's getting uneasy because of the body pattern, so you can go and attend him. Still, I am looking for the device which displays stomach ache. This is again a driver's, habits it exhibits. In the car, if I feel little bit sleepy, it'll monitor my conditions because of the sensor that, and also it alerts me. Either it'll increase the music or make inside the car lights more bright, so I wake up and gives me warning. Plus, it'll increase the headlights. So the guy also knows from coming that he's sleepy. Let's avoid him. So this is the commercial use of in a Dutch form. A company created use of IoT, including artificial intelligence. What it does, it is like it attaches to animals and it reads when is the best time to milk. Only that time you milk. And also if the animal is feeling, sick, bad, good, whatever mood swings also it tells you. So it also does automatic and study based on the new kind of, behaviors pattern of the cows. Now, these were like, we know that a lot of good things were happening. We need Internet of Things. We need artificial intelligence. A lot of commercial use are also there. In the morning, we heard from His Excellency that he was talking about hacking of a power plant. And you know that IoT is used, of course, including artificial intelligence in the power plants, even morgues, like where you burn, automatic your last rites, and in the nuclear power plants. And few years back, if you remember, like you have google.com, there used to be Shodan.com. And then you can search which device is vulnerable, what vulnerabilities are there, and you can go to that device and see. And I'm sure who has used that must have gone to some hotel's camera and must have seen a reception of Greece hotel, or must have seen some power plants, design. But of course, because of this risk, now Shodan is not available, but it's still available in dark web. So the risk is high. Now, what is going bad from this good is that we have a lot of security threat because of cyber security risk. And now, how they are evolving. In 1990, when the Citibank got compromised, it didn't get any penalty. It only got a warning, regulatory warning. So we were not much bothered. It's warning, finished. Of course, little reputation loss was there. But while we reached to next decade, 2020, where the HSBC was compromised, there was a reputation loss, but of course, punitive action. So regulators become more stricter on privacy or customers' data. Now, coming the next decade, Sony got compromised, Target got compromised. It was like strict regulatory action, criminal actions, and a lot of customers also sued. Now, this era, we have privacy laws, and we'll have more punitive damages, and customers are more aware of cyber risk, so they will definitely won't like to continue. So reputational risk, losing businesses, getting higher and higher. That's the bad. So as I said, we communicate, and that's why we evolve, but transformational is an overused word, but I do believe it properly applies to these technologies, particularly their own transcendental trade craft. That's said by the CIA chief. So he said this 20 years before about technology. And today we see it's increasing and increasing. Now, what bad is happening now in this era, which I was talking about, is increasing. the Microsoft 2.4 terabyte of data exposed and Microsoft confirmed. And the Medibank, 9.7 million accounts of Medibank compromised. This is the history's, of course, reported highest data breach where around 4 billion, up to $4 billion of range of damages. $4 billion. Now, we know we are moving from, we were good to use this, but we found it quite bad. Now, what is ugly? Ugly, there are 4 points of ugly. First point is even IoT is still not matured to use IA. Why? One, there is no common standard yet. For networking, we have OSI standards. For many things, we have standard. But for IoT and AI together, there are not yet common standards. Another thing is, like, of course, we talk about environment, that's sensor energy. And the deployment of IPv6 is still not at that stage where we should have been. So these are the challenges which makes more ugly to implement our IA. And now see, everybody, if you see the future generation, everybody learns some languages. Everyone will know computer languages. Everybody will have on their tip how to hack your computer, how to hack your IA system. It's becoming more common. Now, technology will make it possible what history could not, of course. And now I'll talk about the how ugly we have the IA risk. So the AIRS has one categorized risk into 4 categories for artificial intelligence. One was related to data, where more talks about data quality and data limitation. Second talks about IA attacks, like which include privacy attacks, or while using training data, that is attacks, and wrong inputs or mod extractions. And then third in testing. Last one, which is more important, is the compliance and governance. Majorly compliance to privacy, compliance to other regulations, and compliance to your AI/ML policies and governance of these. I'll talk about this section today, governance. Now, for AI, what elements in your governance policy should be there? First, use a framework-based approach. Of course, I represent ISACA, so I'll say COBIT, but if you see COBIT, it's in a comprehensive framework to address AI/ML. It has governance on the top, the management at the bottom, and monitoring at the left. So if anybody is aware of COBIT 43 processes, old traditional, now also it evolved into the similar kind of fashion. So you should use COBIT as a framework. Now, I'll not go into detail, but let's say change management, availability management, these should also be looked into, important into AI segment. How do we change systems? How do we update systems AI? That is very important. One of the aspects, but we'll talk about more today on governance. Now, what you should do is a separate dedicated policy out of this framework should be on AI/ML. And then roles and responsibility or delegations of this AI should be defined, whether in policy or through some other processes. And this policy should definitely define what consists of artificial intelligence. What is your definition of artificial intelligence? So we commonly understand what is artificial intelligence in our workplace. And then IA operation should be managed centrally. Then you should have appropriate budget for IA, and then you should inventorize all IA systems. So these are some basic operational governance of IA. Then I'll talk about corporate governance of IA. Now, what is corporate governance? One is who exercise their authority, who has monitoring of the internal controls through rules, regulations, policy, processes, and other monitoring systems. Now, first and foremost thing is, while we implement AI or majorly any IT major systems, the first and foremost thing is we should distinguish between separate governance from management. Now, what I meant is governance from management. You can have whatever IA manager, IA head, who is part of the management, IA management, whose responsibility is to planning of the AI, building AI system, running AI system, and giving report and monitoring to governance body. Now, this governance body could be your IT governance committee or AI governance body. And this AI governance body, their role should be, they should always evaluate what is the need of why we need AI, what are the requirements of AI. Accordingly, they should direct to the management that you should plan these 5 projects and report us. You have 5 objectives like zero security threat or like minimize security threat or implement this AI system. Now, while they evaluate and direct and we operate in the manage, we give feedback to them and they should monitor. So this responsibility of this governance body is oversight, giving direction and oversight. So that is core responsibility should be of this governance body. Now, we move above the governance body. This governance body is might consist of like CEO, CFOs. They're better to be sponsors, like financial sponsors. Of course, CTO and maybe other business users who are like a business user. But above them, there should be a board level monitoring on AI ML also. So there should be an agenda. While they talk about cyber security or IT, they should also talk about AI and ML. So either you can have audit and risk committee, audit or risk committee separate, but then risk committee and audit committee both should talk about this. Then while you develop your internal control framework, the AI ML controls should also be part of this internal control framework. You should have independent internal audit who does audit on AI ML as well, whether they do outsourcing or they do internally, but that should be there. And the information security function should also be independent. That's the governance requirements. And these are the segregation of duties and authority defined in your governance document, AI, including the AI framework. Now, how do we implement corporate governance in corporate, but of course for AML also important? Mandatorily, it is defined that there should be at least 4 committees. There can be more committees, but 4 are fundamentally required. It could be, it is audit committee, risk committee, compliance committee. It could be 1 with 3, or it could be all 3 separate. And of course, executive compensation committee or nomination remuneration committee are not part of the this governance, our IT governance or the AI governance. But these 3 are very important, where audit committee should monitor or should get assurance on the internal controls, risk and governance status of AML, where risk should get involved into risk management, looking at that the risks are identified and monitored and reported to them, and compliance should ensure that we comply with the privacy or other policies, AML policies. Now, the policies which beyond the AIML policies or other information security policies are also supplemental, which are more at governance level, is your ethics policy, your fraud prevention policy, and your compliance policy. Now, ethics policy includes your ethical behavior, include conflict of interest and all other part, Now, the risk are normally defined in 5 or 6 or 7 domain, but majorly 5 domain. And AI causes in all 4 domain risk. The first and foremost, of course, if your AI system compromised, reputational risk. Of course, you'll get punitive damages, legal risk, as well as financial risk, lose customers, financial risk. Then staff won't want to join such a company which is compromised more, your human resource risk, and also you have to pay more to attract such people than talented people because they don't work with your compromise most of the time. And then if you are in environments where, like I said about the oil and gas or electric stations, and if they compromise, gas releases, HSC risk. So majority of type of risk AI causes. So we need to address this risk, govern them properly. Like these 3 guys who are good, bad, and ugly. Ultimately, one of them, which is Yuko, said that there are 2 kind of spurs, my friend. Those who enter from the doors or door from the windows. And AI risks can enter from anywhere. They don't use your door and windows. With this, I say, before I go, we professionals for managing risk get paid for managing risk. It is impossible to be perfect at our job, but we should be more diligent but keep your mind open for any possibilities. You cannot manage all risk, but we should keep our mind for any possibilities. And if these developments we saw in few years surprised you, I would request you to go this weekend, look at your cardiologist, because there are more coming in which will surprise you more. And then definitely change your risk lens. With this, I thank our partners, the State Audit Authority on behalf of ISACA, and also sincere thanks to the people who are arranging this, our lightman, cameraman, whatever you call it now. Thank you, and thanks a lot for listening me carefully.
Thank you, Mr. Alok, for this distinguished presentation. And now join me in inviting Ms. Khawla Al-Mahiri, Telecommunications and Digital Government Regulatory Authority, and she will present on the UAE's digital identity. Mrs. Khawla Al-Mahiri is a pioneer in adopting the digital transformation, and she supports the smart services and establishing long-term relationships with the federal, local, and international governments. And Mrs. Khawla, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's an absolute honor and pleasure to be with you here today. So the UAE's digital identity. Before we go into the solution, I'd like to start with the beginning of the digital government in the UAE. So that's a glance on our journey in the digital government. We started in 2003 by launching the e-government. Few years earlier to that, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid has established the Internet City of Dubai, which raised the bar in the UAE for everyone to speed up and to have the foundation ready for the next era. In 2013, 2015, we have our strategy ready. We have focused on two pillars, which is the infrastructure and capacity building. So we had our Center of Digital Innovation established to provide the proper skill sets for the digital government. In 2015 and 18, we started with introducing the building blocks of digital government: enterprise service bus, digital identity, infrastructure, and so on. Today, as we speak, we have a new set of projects which is touching upon blockchain and the next generation of the digital identity. So that will be our topic for the day. Truly digital is our mission of the digital government. Our role is to regulate. By regulating is announcing policies, standards, in order to have the proper infrastructure for the government to move ahead to a digital government. Consultancy, of course, providing consultancies, training, raising awareness for our customers, which are the federal and local government entities, in order for them to utilize these standards, utilize these enabling blocks, solutions that we provide, and of course, operate. By operate, I mean we run these projects in the government. A glance on our achievement. So we are at the DGI index. We are the 13th globally and the first in the Arab world and the region. One of the main aspects in the evaluation is that, of course, the building blocks of the digital government, which we will have, So the key digital enablers in the digital government. One of the main items that has participated in our ranking in the DGI is the digital identity as the entry point of any customer into the digital government. There are other sets of projects that also serve as a building blocks to the government entities, from providing a federal network connecting the local government to the federal government. As we speak now, all the 7 emirates and the federal government are connected through a federal network that provides internet services, cloud services, data center services to the government. UAE Pass that we'll be touching on in details. The digital vault as well. It's a blockchain solution. A government service bus, which is basically an enterprise service bus. It's connected with 193 entities across UAE with more than 230 API. So the government service bus is for the government entities since the government own the data. So any data exchange happen through the government service bus. We have successfully connected all 7 emirates with the federal ministries and authorities. The national CRM, it's a platform that basically provides one connect to the customer in the UAE. The U.AE, which is a unified service portal, UX Lab, the virtual academy, of course, our capacity building platform, hackathon, and Qiyas. The UAE Pass. UAE Pass is our first national unified identity in the United Arab Emirates. We have started before with multiple single sign-on solutions in the UAE, starting from 2007 here in Abu Dhabi. So as we speak today, all these single sign-on solutions are unified into one solution, which is the UAE Pass. The UAE Pass doesn't just serve as a unique identity a digital identity. It has other features that support the digital journey of the customers in the UAE. Some of the security features that UAE Pass is providing, it's built on a national PKI. So we get our CAs from our providers in the UAE, the Dubai Electronic Security Center and the ICA. We are also adopting an international industry standard, the EDAS, and we secure our storage keys on mobile and HSM. So that's a very high-level security features of the UAE Pass. How does it benefit you? Everyone can benefit from the UAE Pass, whether you are a citizen, resident, or a visitor. I don't have my phone with me, but I was planning to show you. So UAE Pass is, first of all, it's a mobile identity. So the mobile phone is the most precious, I think, device that we even keep it from our spouses. So first of all, yes, it's a mobile-based identity. That's number one. It is based on a document officials. In the slide, you can see Emirates ID, but soon I will announce other document officials as well, whether it's a GCC ID or international passports. So it is built on a verified and from the source of information, the user profile. The UAE Pass, since it's also a mobile ID solution, it cuts off the needs to memorize username password. So previous single sign-on, it uses username password, let's say the previous Smart Pass or other international single sign-on solutions. UAE Pass is a mobile based. There is no need at all to memorize any username password. If you have tried it, you would get the experience. If you don't, you can register anytime. So basically, it's a mobile base, depending on the CA. There is a multiple levels of security to open the mobile application itself and to use it, whether it's login, signing, or sharing documents without username password. To complete the digital journey of the user and to cut off any necessarily visits to service centers, cut commuting, travel. We also have introduced the digital signature feature based on the EDAS. So we have an advanced digital signature, we have a qualified digital signature. And additionally, as a new feature, which is built based on the blockchain technology, is exchanging official digital documents. So I have mentioned earlier the enterprise service bus, which is APIs between the government. Now, since the private sector has to, based on the regulation, the UAE, the customer has to physically be there and present his official document. We introduced the digital vault the blockchain to bridge the gap between the government and the private. So you can provide your official document using the UAE Pass without the need to visit any service centers. So that's in general, why UAE Pass is a very important entry point to the digital government transformation. It's not just a digital identity, it provides a full journey for the customers in the UAE. One of the most important features that we have also launched is the facial biometric registration. It is UAE Pass is one of the first identity solutions in the world that launched the facial recognition in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior. We have reduced the registration process from 15 minutes to less than 5 minutes. The UAE Pass in general have a multiple way of registration. Finger biometrics, facial biometrics, but currently it's heavily dependent on the facial biometrics given the high rates of success. So we have launched the facial biometrics in April 2021, and we have extended it to the UAE Pass visitors in October 2022. So anyone who have visited the country at least once can register to UAE Pass using either his GCC ID, or your passport. 3 simple steps: download the mobile application, scan the MRZ, and the liveness check will open. It will check against the MOI, the facial biometrics. Second most important feature is the digital vault. Digital vault is based on a blockchain technology. We have around 15 government entities that provide their documents. Documents is around 25 official documents: passports, Emirate ID, driving license, vehicle license, marriage certificate, birth certificate, etc. It's around 25, and that's offered for the private sector. I'll give an example in the next slide. So basically, if you have a service that requires the customer to visit your service center, you can move it fully digitally in the UAE using the digital vault. So this service is, as we speak, free, and it is available to all private sector in the UAE. Of course, we have the data law, which was published in the late 2021, and if I pronounce it right, the GDPR, right? So we have also the consent in the blockchain, built in the blockchain. So all consents and the data trail is all stored in the solution. Right? So it's basically consent from me to the service provider, let's say a bank or telecom company, and it only moves through the blockchain using the trail audit without saving this document. Okay, if the bank would like to share it again, like a reseller, it will not be possible. It will come back to the individual for a consent. All right, so that's the beauty of the digital vault. One example is Al Maria Community Bank. It's a local bank. It's fully digital bank, and it's fully dependent on UAE Pass, whether it's login or sharing documents. Since they launched, I think last year, almost a year, they have opened 3,000 accounts using UAE Pass. We have a lot of private sectors. We can give examples: Al Ansari, Ajman Bank, Emirates MPP, FAB, using the UAE Pass and digital vault. At the Salat as well, you can renew your SIM card without visiting service centers. Soon there are more services that I will leave it for the media. UAE Verify is also a platform to verify these documents. So any document that is produced by the UAE Pass, whether it's a letter that you've signed with a digital signature or an official document, you can upload it to the UAE Pass or UAE Verify and get the validity of the document. If any tampering to this whole document, it will show as invalid. Okay. So in a summary, these are numbers on the features that are provided by the UiPath. The digital onboarding, which is the face recognition, we have around 4.4 million users registered through the UiPath, and the numbers are changing rapidly. Since we started also the visitors, we have also an exponential increase in the registration. Our next, inshallah, phase is to provide UiPath for international users. All right. Digital identity proofing, which is login. We have around 500 integrations using the login feature in the UAE. Digital signing, we have around 3.4 million users also using qualified digital signature. Digital vault, there's around 2.3 million documents that were downloaded by over 3 million. And here we're speaking about the past 4 years since 2018. Okay. Numbers on the utilization of the UiPath, we have around 198 government and private entity using the UiPath. These 198 companies have utilized UiPath features in 500 channels. So whether websites, mobile application, digital signature, digital vault, etc. Around 15,000 services. We have 3.45 million verified users. So these users, whether verified using their finger biometric or facial biometrics. In total, we have 4.4 million. Lastly, our partners. So we are partnering in running this solution with Digital Dubai and Abu Dhabi Digital Authority. Our also main key strategic partners and providers, Ministry of Interior and the facial recognition, Dubai Security, Electronic Security Centers in the CAs, ICA for the CAs, and other partners as well, Central Bank of the UAE, Ministry of Justice, and the smart digital governments of the UAE, which is Ajman, Fujairah, Ras Al Khaimah. And we have fully adoption from Abu Dhabi, for example, and Ras Al Khaimah in terms of only using UiPath and other sectors. Here I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Thanks for Sheikh Al-Mahiri, and for IBM, Dr. Ramzi will represent about the emerging technologies that will facilitate governance, whether virtual or actual. He's the most important person in the working group on impact, and he's professional, achieving products, and he works with the AI and the IP and engineering corporates. Dr. Ramzi, please come to the podium.
Peace be upon you.
Be with you here today. I think there's a bit echo on the mic. So I will be talking about technology. So I'm not an expert in auditing. So I hope that the technology that I will be sharing with you will be useful to address in fact the challenges that we have. This morning we saw as a keynote how important in fact the digital transformation and that is underpinned by technology. And data is at the core of it. The challenge that we have today is that we have 80% of this data that is unstructured. Unstructured means there are documents, videos, audios, weblogs, or even messages. So it is really difficult, in fact, to extract insight from this data. And what I will be sharing with you, in fact, the technology that allow us to do that. The second part of my presentation will cover how we trust AI. And we have seen, in fact, a lot of topics or a lot of discussions around this. And I will share with you what we do need, in fact, to put in place to achieve, in fact, a trustworthy AI. And the third one is something that's unique, in fact, that we are providing, which is really to help, in fact, risk and compliance officers to bring, in fact, to all the data that is required in one integrated platform to help exercising or doing, in fact, the risk and regulation duties, but also auditing work. So I will share with you the third technology. So before that, I would like to share with you a video. Let me back before I will. Oops. Yes. So I just wanted to introduce the video before we play it. So here, the idea is that we do have knowledge workers that are using unstructured data and how we can get insight from that unstructured data. So it is less than 2 minutes video. I invite you to look at it, and we continue the discussion after that.
I know you, friend. I know every meter, every gap, every specification. I know every metric unit of pressure imposed on your 119,000 ton frame and how it will react to the extreme conditions here on the remote Northwest Shelf. I know what a team of engineers in Norway reported on you and what a retired project manager documented on you a decade ago. I know fuel mixtures and flow rates, hard data and soft data. I know all this because we're designing a cognitive system with IBM Watson that consumes and learns everything written or reported about you from millions of files, decision logs, and technical evaluations spread across our company. We teach Watson to think like an engineer. Watson teaches us to think like 1,000 engineers from 1,000 different sources. I know temperatures and pressure gradients, anomalies and patterns. When you succeed, I will know why. I will know how. With Watson, we're asking more questions because we have more answers. We're making smarter decisions because we learn more every time we make one. And I know we're just getting started.
Right, excellent. So what I really do like when he said we teach the system to become an engineer and the system teaches us to become 1,000 engineers. And this is really the core or the vision that we have to help, in fact, clients untapping those unstructured data. The idea is that we create a technology that is able to go and grab the information hidden, in fact, in those business documents, hidden in those videos or pictures to bring, in fact, that insight to the users. And for that, what we do, we have, in fact, a number of functionalities or number of steps that we need to apply. So first and foremost, we need to extract that information from the data. And for that, we create a technology that is able to understand the documents and the meaning of the terms that are used in those business documents. And then we'll be able to enrich, enhance, and analyze. So let me give you some examples of this technology and how it is being used. So number one is the smart document understanding. And this is really the core of the technology where you're able to annotate, understand the content, the business terms of the document. And this is a technology where it's based on natural language processing. And we have the ability to extract sentiments like positive, negative, or neutral, but also to extract emotions. So like anger, fear. So this is done through a natural language processing enrichment process. So you do have, in fact, the solution has already pre-built dictionaries around finance, around risk, around various topics, but then you have the ability to enrich that and include, in fact, your own business terms. So I like really using the example of a haircut. I know it's not a great example for myself, but so haircut obviously means, in fact, when you go to a hairstylist and we do our hair, but also in a business terms or in a financial terms, it represents the difference of the value of the asset that you use as a collateral for a loan versus the value that the bank is taking into account. So if you have a loan for $10,000 and you're putting your stocks for a value of $10,000, then the bank will only consider a part of that, let's say $8,000, and the difference, the $2,000, are called the haircut in the business terms. So we are able to implement and enrich, in fact, that language so to enhance the understanding. And once we do that, we just need, in fact, to use a conversational AI to help us extracting those information. So we can use, in fact, a natural language model where we ask for a question or for an input from those documents or hundreds of documents that were ingested by the system, and you will be able to get exactly the information and the explanation where it came from. So here in the illustration, we are asking for the unemployment benefit period, and the system was able to give the exact answer and the text or the evidence that that the system took the decision on. And this is already a technology that is in place. It is managing or supporting several languages. But the challenge here, in fact, we want really to take it to the next level, like in Arabic. So it's already understanding Arabic. But then, in fact, we want to improve the Arabic dialect understanding. So what we did here, and this is a side information, that we are proud to partner with the Mohammed bin Zayed University for AI, where we are putting, in fact, a joint resource program to improve, in fact, the natural language understanding for Arabic dialects. And this is also to bring a better comprehension of the solution and better solution to the user. So this is really one of the key technologies that we have available to untap, in fact, those unstructured data. So if I take the example for an external audit exercise, usually auditors, they go and collect the information or the data that they need, in fact, to work on. And then, in fact, they try to, they work on those documents to analyze, to extract the key facts, probably asking few questions to some stakeholders to get some clarification. And then, in fact, they do step 2 and 3, in fact, in an iterative way to try to come up with their key facts so they can come with their recommendation. Here, the advantage is that the technology is able to ingest all those documents, and even having much more documents if you think it will be valuable for the solution. And then you can use, in fact, the conversational AI to grab or extract your key facts. The other advantage of using this technology is that sometimes, or usually, the auditors, they have their own way to do things. So they need, in fact, to go and look for the certain key facts for them. And sometimes, in fact, it's a biased approach because, in fact, they might be missing some other points and some other key facts. The technology here, it will explore, in fact, all the documents, and it will get the information or the finding. It will provide the finding that they find out of the corpus that has been given by the user. So this is really one of the key features and functionality that are able to really streamline and improve, in fact, the knowledge worker time to produce the expected result. So we saw as well, and I think we have seen a certain number of presentations talking about, do we trust AI? AI is considered as a black box. How can we really use AI at the enterprise level? We see that there's no choice here in our life, that AI is touching every single aspect of our life. So we need to have a way where we can trust the AI, where we can really use it at scale. So what we did in IBM, and I think there are certain organizations that are taking the same or this similar approach, which is very comforting, is that we created an AI ethic board. This AI ethic board within IBM is multidisciplinary board where we have technologies, we have scientists, we have senior leaders, and the objective here is really to protect our identity and our ethics. We're using AI everywhere inside of IBM and infusing in our products. And for that, we need a governance body that oversees, in fact, all those activities to bring to protect, in fact, our values and our ethics. So for that, we define 3 guiding principles. Number 1, AI is here to augment human intelligence. It's not here to replace humans. Number 2, AI, or the outcome of the AI, belongs to its creator. And sometimes you can think of this as obvious, but tell me how many times, in fact, you've been asked for your consent to use your data to prepare, to train, in fact, a third-party AI model to improve, in fact, the service. This is not for us as a company. It's not compliant with our ethics. Number 3, any technology, including AI, must be transparent and explainable. So what does this mean? And for that, we try to have human-centric questions. And these are the questions that has been addressed, I think, in many presentations, but we need to make sure that the AI is explainable, which means that we know exactly how the solution came to that decision. It has to be fair. There's no discrepancy or between groups or ethnies when you use the AI. It has to be robust, because we know that the AI sometimes, when it's used in a certain way, it might be biased, it must drift, in fact, from the original result. And then, in fact, the accountability is a key element for that. Accountability means that why we're building this AI, what is the purpose of that AI? And we need to comply with that during the full life cycle of that AI. And last but not least is about security, and we need to make sure that the security is not impacted by this AI. But then, in fact, we can say that AI will only or can have a different behavior if the data that we are feeding in is not correct or is biased. So we can't really say that this is an AI that is trusted without considering the data. But then what happens if maybe the bias or the accuracy of the model is changing over time? What should we do? Should we stop using the AI and lose the advantage? Or should we continue, and then we know that the people will be impacted by that use? That's why we need, in fact, to have a 3-dimension view of how to trust AI. The one that I just explained about trusting the model, but you need, in fact, to trust the data, and you need to trust the process. And this is really how you can have a full cover or full addressing, in fact, the AI governance and trust AI at scale. And I saw, in fact, in your presentation from the team in the US, that it has to be through the life cycle of the model. And this is exactly in line, in fact, what we are trying to do. So we need to consider the full life cycle of the model or the AI creation. So from its inception to when it is in production, and we keep monitoring. So we need to have, in fact, this view where we're able to trust the data, we're able to get, in fact, the KPIs on the machine learning, but also to have the process that will help us addressing exactly the task or the activities or the gateways at each step of the way. So this is really what we try and how we address, in fact, AI in IBM. and to our partners. So the third piece of technology is something that is unique and that we're really proud of presenting this to you. But let me start with the problem statement. Today, to address, in fact, the risk and compliance challenges, usually we deal with data that is scattered across the enterprise. So even if you take risk, you have the IT risk on one side, you have the financial risk on the other side, you have the business continuity risk. So it is a very difficult exercise to make sure that we are compliant with the new regulation or the key ever-changing regulations. So in order to address these challenges and be more proactive rather than reactive, the idea is to have one fully integrated platform that deals with risk and compliance. And this platform will give us, in fact, the leverage of sharing the same data model. So we can apply insight, we can apply correlation between these input, and it will make life easier in managing, in fact, risk and compliance. So let me share with you the concepts of this technology. So you do have, in fact, this centralized, fully integrated platform where you have a different inputs like IT governance, like regulatory changes, like business control, all in one single sharing the same data model. And the advantage of this is that you can apply BI techniques, so you can extract the information that you need when you want, in fact, to do your audit, when you want to do your risk and compliance assessment. And if with what we did, in fact, we integrated the capability that I showed earlier around AI. So you have, in fact, a conversational AI that helps you getting the insight from the data. That complemented with a workflow so that you can define your risk and compliance processes fully automated, and you can also integrate some dynamic questionnaire if you need, in fact, to send certain questions to the stakeholder. You can use it from that fully auditable workflow. So this is really, we believe that it's a great technology that is helping, in fact, addressing the GRC business or GRC challenges and considering a fully integrated platform. So I would like, in fact, to really take away, to suggest, in fact, that we take away certain points. Number one is definitely AI is here, and it's helping, in fact, knowledge workers in general, but people who need, in fact, to apply their analytical thinking to tap information or insight from unstructured data. And this is something that it is of great value, in fact, for auditors, but also to the risk and compliance teams. So we need to establish a governance model to apply, in fact, the governance model on AI, so that we can leverage and secure, in fact, a trustworthy AI. And then last but not least, our suggestion to have a unique platform that manages the risk and compliance activities is really a game changer for helping, in fact, organization to better manage those aspects going forward. So thank you very much for your time, and I'll be happy to continue the discussions, and feel free to use the QR code to contact. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramzi, for this unique presentation. And now I would like to invite Dr. Leonardo Auletta to talk from Technology Innovation Institute to talk about quantum computation, basic introduction, and potential use cases of relevance to the UAE. He works in the Quantum Data Center in the UAE, and he has co-authored more than 60 research papers and he has 2 commercial patents, and he has participated in more than 30 international scientific conferences.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me to this space. I was asked to give an overview of an introduction to quantum computing. This is an experimental field, so I'm not here to show products, right? So we're here to discuss a little bit of this new emerging technology and potential use cases, especially for the country in the near future, right? So I am Leandro Liter from the Quantum Research Center, and I think that there have been already so people have already talked about the Technology Innovation Institute in this space here in Abu Dhabi. So I'm going to focus, I'm going to start by a short introduction to the Quantum Research Center. TII has different research centers, and we are the Quantum Research Center. There are actually three main quantum technologies that we tackle at the Quantum Research Center. We tackle quantum computation, quantum sensing, and quantum communication with photons. Quantum sensing is about measuring things using properties of atoms, and quantum computing is what we're going to talk about today. There are three main experimental labs. There are six research divisions altogether. And like I said, three of them are about sensing, communications, and quantum computing. And there is also the divisions for the theoretical support to that. There is quantum middleware, quantum algorithms, the one I head, the quantum algorithms department, and quantum physics. That's the structure of the Quantum Research Center. Let me also tell you a little bit of the demographics of the Quantum Research Center. So after 2 years since we started, and even with the pandemics, we managed to hire 60 people. 52 of them are top-notch scientists, 25 PhD holders we have. We also have PhD programs, so there are researchers doing their PhD sponsored by the Quantum Research Center in different universities abroad and also in the country. We're starting to sign collaborations, for instance, with NYUAD. We have a good female component. We have 24 different nationalities and different languages. So this is also important. We want to hire well. We want to grow not necessarily fast. We really want to attract talent that stays in the country and does research. This is a long-term innovation initiative. So let me then jump to the details of quantum computation, the reason why we're here. This is the next leap in high-performance computing, right? And let me tell you also something about, so for instance, so from the let me give you like an introduction of the different players that are investing in this technology, right? So from the private sector, you see, so like I said, this is an emerging technology with a huge disruptive potential. The idea is that this is a new way of processing information. So we use quantum properties at the atomic and subatomic levels of matter to process information in a different way. And this will lead to algorithms and computational approaches that can solve computational problems of commercial relevance that are intractable for even the largest classical supercomputers today. And this is the reason, so it's a technology that it's in its infancy, but hardware is progressing at a very rapid pace. And industrial players are already investing in this technology because they want to understand what are the implications of this technology on their specific models, right? So just to give you an idea of the estimated market size of this of quantum computing nowadays, it's about $300 million, has been estimated to grow to almost $2 billion in the end of 28, right? So that's like a 35% yearly cumulative growth rate if you put that all together. And like I said, this is just what is happening on the private sector. Let me show you what is going on in the public sector. So all these wouldn't have been possible without the public funding initiatives that have been going on since already 20 or 25 years in the different countries, right? So now there's the hype of quantum computing. Everybody's talking about that, and there are investors and private sector entering into the field, but big countries have been investing on the public side on this technology for a while. So we see that last year, there's more or less estimated to have initiatives accounting for $25 billion. And some of these initiatives are 5 year long, some of them are 10-year long. So this is really like a big investment effort. And we can see, of course, the main powers and big countries investing, but we see small countries like Israel and Singapore and Taiwan with big public funding initiatives, right? And in a sense, QRC, the Quantum Research Center at TII, I think it's the first big initiative for investing in quantum technologies in the country, as far as I know. And why so much investment? Okay, so let me show you a little bit. Let me give you an appetizer of what are quantum algorithms and what people will, what we'll be able to do. It's really a disruptive technology that will have implications in different fields of science and scientific computing in particular, right? So this will enable simulations for quantum chemistry, understanding better models in physics, algorithms for mathematics, quantum communications and encryption. We've heard about the cryptography, of course, and then lots of activity on quantum machine learning. So these are the type of things that we aim at. And but let me explain you a little bit what is a quantum computer after all. How does it work? Okay, and I'm going to do this in a non-technical way. So you can see here some equations in case there is someone in the audience with some background in physics. If you don't have any background in physics, don't pay attention to these equations. I promise these are going to be the only equations I'm going to show in the talk. Let's just look at the pictures here. So the first thing that I need to introduce to tell you, to give you an idea of what is a quantum computer and how it works, is the notion of a qubit, a quantum bit. This is the basic unit of information for quantum systems, right? And before explaining that, I need to recap on what is a bit, a classical bit, right? So essentially a bit is the fundamental unit of information for classical computers. This is a binary system that can take two possible values, 0 or 1. This can be encoded physically, for instance, in a circuit, that can take two different voltages, for instance, right? But abstractly, from the information theoretic point of view, this is just a binary variable that can take two different values, right? And of course, it's a classical system. And so, classical systems, they are ruled by classical physics. So this is the everyday intuition that we have. And they can be either in a state 0 or in state 1, right? So for instance, you have a cable the voltage of a cable in a circuit can be in a given voltage or in a different one, but it cannot coexist in two different states at the same time. It may happen that you're not sure, you have some uncertainty of what the actual state of the bit is, and then there is a certain probability. Maybe you have a probability P of being in state 0 and probability 1 minus P in being in state 1. You don't know in which state the bit is, but it's just your ignorance. I mean, the bit is in some definite state, 0 or 1. And if you think of a geometrical representation, we describe the state of a bit with a single number, P, the probability, that can be between 0 and 1. So geometrically, we can represent a bit by just a segment of length 1. So if I tell you where in this segment you are, then I tell you everything that we know about the bit, that's the state of the bit. Now, when we go to quantum bits, things change radically. So you may have heard of Schrödinger's cat, the famous Gedanken experiment by Schrödinger, where you can have a cat that can be that can be dead and alive at the same time. So this is, in a sense, the quantum bit is like the information theory counterpart of Schrödinger's cat. So a quantum bit exists in a superposition of two different states. It's a very different structure, right? So in fact, the way we represent this mathematically is by a superposition of two states, 0 and 1s, with certain amplitudes that are governed by some angles, theta and phi here. So in the end of the day, if I want to specify what's the state of the qubit, I need to define what's the angle theta and what's the angle phi. And so geometrically, we represent in quantum mechanics, we represent the state of a quantum bit as a point in a sphere, essentially, right? I need to tell you where you're pointing. And the closer I am to the North Pole, the state 0 up there, the higher the probability that when I make a measurement, I observe 0. So this is the very strange thing about quantum mechanics. So the state exists in a superposition of two different states, but when I make a measurement, when I make an observation, somehow it collapses into either 0 or 1. And what quantum theory can tell me is the probability of making a measurement and getting 0 or 1. But until I make a measurement, the quantum bit really coexists in a superposition of two different states. And then it happens that it's interesting because this is a single qubit, but quantum computers will be composed of many qubits. And because of the structure of quantum mechanics, whenever you add a new qubit, you have like an exponential increase of the different number of states that you can be in. So for instance, if I have just one qubit, it's a superposition between 0 and 1, 0 and 1. It's the two available states. If I have two qubits, I can be in 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. If I have 3 qubits, then I can be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. There are 8 possible states available. If I go to 4 qubits, there are 16 possible states available, then 32, then 64. The increase is exponential. And so a quantum computer of n qubits can handle a superposition of 2 to the n different bit states, so to say. And this is something that is called quantum parallelism. So imagine having like a classical computer, but now instead of having like, you know, n bits with just one possible calculation being run, now we can have access to exponentially many calculations being run in parallel in a quantum superposition. And this is at the basis of why quantum computers are expected to have an exponential advantage for solving some computational problems with respect to classical computers. So the main take-home message here is that don't care about the mathematics and the formalism. The main take-home message here is that quantum computers can handle large amounts of information in parallel due to the superposition principle, essentially. So that was my 2 minutes introduction to quantum mechanics. That's 100 years of development of quantum theory. I hope you got something from this. But let me show you some of the examples here, like what we'll be able to do with quantum computers. Excellent. So, for instance, what is this exponential blow up of information that I was telling you about? So imagine that you want to simulate a molecule, an organic molecule. So penicillin. Penicillin was the first, it's quite relatively simple organic molecule. This was the first antibiotics that was discovered. And now, you know, organic molecules tend to have many atoms, and per atom you also have many electrons also. And so now imagine that you want to simulate all the electronic interactions in a molecule, right? It happens that you need, in order to do that, you can do this with a quantum computer if you have 286 qubits. And now let's do an imaginary experiment that I count the number, the amount of classical information that a classical computer would need to handle to simulate classically those 286 qubits. So if you make a simple calculation, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, up to 2 to the 286, you see that the number of bits of information that a classical computer should handle is larger than the estimated total number of atoms in the observable universe, according to the estimations by cosmologists. So this will never happen. No matter how much artificial intelligence, no matter how much supercomputing, if you remain in the realm of classical computation, there will never be a classic high-performance classical computer able to deal with this type with this amount of data. And with a quantum computer, well, it just takes you 286 qubits. They have to work well. They have to have high fidelity and you have to have high connectivity, but in theory, you can do it with only 286 qubits, right? So this is the type of exponential advantages, exponential speedups that quantum computers can offer with respect to classical computers. So there's, of course, the famous example of the algorithm for factoring large numbers. So you know that factoring large numbers is a very hard task, and this is at the basis of the RSA encryption schemes that essentially is the omnipresent encryption schemes in bank transactions and cryptography. So with the advent of quantum computers, this encryption scheme will be broken because quantum computers will be able to factorize large numbers in an efficient way. If I give you a number and I tell you, okay, let's look at the time it takes for a classical computer to factor a number of L bits. And then if it's a classical computer or even a classical supercomputer, the time grows exponentially with the number of bits. And when you get to 1,000 bits, which is more or less the number of bits used for RSA, then you see that this will take you tens of thousands of years, right? But with a quantum computer, the scaling is linear. This means that if I increase the number of bits by 1, well, I just need a little bit more random. And of course, this will depend of the clock cycle, the speed of quantum computers. You will have different times, but the scaling is linear. And this is a remarkable thing. This is, again, the exponential speedups that can be offered with quantum technologies, right? Of course, there is a catch here. You know, life is not so easy, and And these applications, advanced applications like factoring algorithms, this will require perfect qubits that we don't have. These quantum properties like quantum superposition and entanglement, they are very fragile. When you have these atoms interacting with the environment and suffering noise, these quantum bits very quickly lose their quantum properties and become classical bits, and then you lose the speed up. And so if you take into account that, you see there's a whole theory of how to correct for that. This is called quantum error correction. And when you take into account that, you need for quantum error correction, you need many more qubits than the 286 qubits that I was referring to about, right? So this is why quantum computers are still in experiment. We understand how they will work theoretically, but building them in the lab is an amazing endeavor, engineering and experimental physics endeavor. So how do we tackle this at the Quantum Research Center? So like I said, I am the head of the Quantum Algorithms Division. And so from the algorithmic side, what we're trying to do is to bridge the gap between the nice spheres and abstract quantum circuits that I was talking about to the real world machines that we have, right? So we're trying to simplify algorithms. We try to make algorithms more efficient so that they can get closer to the prototype quantum computers that we have nowadays. And this is what is being done from the algorithmic side. But there is, of course, the approach that experimental physicists and engineers are taking from the hardware side. They are trying to make the machines better. So these photos that you can see here, they were taken here in the Quantum Research Center here in Masdar City. So this is how the quantum computer looks from the outside. It's a refrigerator of gold, and you can see all the electronics. And inside of that, at very, very, very low temperature, lower than outer space, you have the qubit. This is a photo of the first qubit manufactured in the country, and in fact, in the entire Arab world. This is the first qubit produced in the region, right? This was produced here in September. It's a cavity, a golden cavity, inside of which there's something called Josephson junctions. I'm not going to enter into experimental details because this would require an entire new session. But what you can see here is like something called a Josephson junction printed with lithography, and this is where the quantum effects take place. This is the first quantum qubit fabricated in the Arab world. Let me just summarize a little bit, coming back to the side of algorithms. So there are three. I was saying that what we try to do is to bridge the gap from the algorithmic side. So there are three main verticals that we have. So we tackle quantum algorithms, quantum enhanced algorithms. So we can see like here the three different eras of quantum computers. We are now in the NISQ era. This is the era of noisy intermediate scale quantum devices. These are relatively small devices with still relatively high levels of noise. And then in the future, we will have full-fledged quantum computers. These are full error-corrected quantum computers, where we will be able to solve problems like factoring and optimizations, like I was saying. And there is a transition here where there will be like early fault-tolerant era, and the different types of algorithms that we expect that will become available as the technology progresses. And these are technical things, right? Like variational algorithms, quantum simulations, linear algebra. There are many mathematical terms here, but now I will connect this with use cases for the region. Before I do that, let me just emphasize that we also provide all the theory for the methods for characterizing and benchmarking quantum devices. This is also something that is not to go to the outside world, but it's like some sort of internal quantum debugging. You know, quantum computers work different from classical computers. And so the way you debug them is totally different too. And this requires lots of theoretical methods and mathematical techniques to understand that. So benchmarking and certifying devices, noise characterization, this is important for calibrating the quantum chips and so on. And finally, there's something interesting that's happening in the community, which is quantum-inspired algorithms. You see, these are classical algorithms, but that take inspiration from methods from quantum computing, but that can be deployed today in classical hardware. And it's interesting because, you know, doing research in quantum algorithms is not developing like new programming languages. It has nothing to do with that. It's really like thinking of computational problems from a totally different algorithmic perspective. And when you do that, sometimes you discover ideas that can be applied also to classical computers. And this is leading to interesting speedups for interesting problems. So for instance, with ENEC, the Emirates Nuclear Energy Company, we're starting a collaboration to apply quantum-inspired algorithms for understanding computational fluid dynamics and partial differential equations to model the physics inside a nuclear reactor. And this, in the beginning, will be quantum-inspired algorithms that will be deployed in classical computers. but we want to go for a long-term collaboration where there we gradually move to quantum algorithms and advance with much more impressive computational speedups. Coming back to coming back to real life applications. So I think these kind of 4 lines more or less summarize the different implications that quantum computing can have for the UAE. There are, of course, things connected to cybersecurity and crypto and quantum cryptography and post-quantum cryptography. There are, of course, so I was talking about optimization problems. So we will be able to tackle portfolio optimization problems, but also, we'll be able to optimize flight schedulings for airlines, or logistical routing, or warehouse optimization, plane design optimization, computational fluid dynamics and partial differential equations. This is a big thing for energy, nuclear, and also ADNOC. We expect to collaborate with them. Many body simulations. I talked about quantum simulations of molecules, but we'll be able to also simulate materials. And this is, of course, interesting for solar cells and catalysts and batteries and so on. So I think this kind of summarizes a little bit like 4 different sectors that are relevant to the UAE. For instance, I was mentioning penicillin, right? So people from the pharmaceuticals are very interested in quantum computing, but if I understand correctly, here in the UAE, there is still not such a big pharmaceutical industry, but there is interest in simulating materials, for instance. This is sustainability is one of the top priorities for the country, right? So here, I just try to summarize what is the connection between the mathematical terms that I was mentioning and real life applications that will benefit from this technology. So let me just, before I finish, this is my last slide. So we're also developing the quantum middleware. I mentioned that the quantum middleware division that we have, we're developing and operating systems for quantum computers. So this is for programming, for simulating, and for controlling and remote access. So this means that people will be able to log into the cloud and control the qubits that we have in our master, in the labs in master, right? This is called Kivo. You can check the website. This is developed here in TIA in collaboration with other institutions. And with this, I would like to finish, again, emphasizing the disruptive potential of this technology. It's still an infant technology, but it's advancing very, very fast. There are global industrial players partnering with quantum algorithm specialists. This is important. You want to understand if quantum algorithms will be able to make a difference for a specific application before the hardware is ready. You don't want to wait for the hardware is ready to then start to study these quantum algorithms. It takes 1 or 2 years to even have understanding of whether there will be a quantum algorithms that can offer a benefit, a speed up to a certain specific use case or not. So people are already starting to invest on the use cases of quantum computers before the technology is actually available, right? And of course, I mentioned several strategic use cases of relevance for the UAE. So let me just finish by just summarizing some distinctive features of our team. We're a team of researchers. We want to do IP generation and applied research and collaborations with industrial players and governmental agencies. So that's why I think it's so important to come and talk to different people with different backgrounds. And we're a strong multidisciplinary research team. We have a full stack approach to quantum computing. This is important. We tackle algorithms, software, we tackle control systems, that's middleware, and we tackle the hardware, that's the superconducting quantum qubits. So we want to build everything here in the country. And something important is that we're not a startup. We don't compromise scientific rigor, right? So we will never sell a cloud. So what we can offer is no hype quantum computing expertise. In my case, I started working in quantum computing when I was in my master's. That's almost 2 decades ago. There are even people with more experience in other teams. So we're really like people that grew up in academia with the development of this field. We have a solid support from the Advanced Technology Research Council, and this, of course, hooks us up with possibilities for startups via Venture One, which is the startup incubator arm of the Advanced Technology Research Council. So that's pretty much everything that I had to mention for today. I think I took more than 20 minutes. I thank you very much for your attention.
شكرا دكتور.
Thank you, Dr. Leonardo. And last but not least, we will talk about emerging trends in government-wide enterprise applications and how AI or machine learning can impact auditing. Mr. Nadeem Hoda from Oracle, with more than 20 years of experience in technology and information technology, digital transformation, technology, and technology strategy. Mr. Nadeem, the stage is yours.
I just want to start with a story. During my master's, the gentleman before me reminded me of when I was doing my master's, I somehow got enrolled into a mathematics course, solving nonlinear equations using partial differential equations. And I can tell you, I didn't understand anything in the course at all. And honestly speaking, I went to the professor on the first day, or maybe the first week, and I said, you know, I want to do really well in this course. And I remember telling him, you can't. That was honestly his answer. And he told me, sorry. And then I worked with him, and he was nice enough to give me a B. There's a video. Hopefully it'll start as I start this video. So, I mean, just starting off, what is audit? Audit is all about data. Audit is about the data that you have in an organization and interpreting that data to understand, you know, if there are any irregularities, anything that's not normal, that's not expected. So it can be raised and evaluated to see if, you know, there really is a problem or not. So the very short, you know, video. Not sure if we had planned to show a short video about you know, the power of data with Oracle, but looks like it doesn't work. So I'll just go to the next slide. So I'm sure that you guys all work with governments, and I worked with specifically the UAE government for more than 13 years. And the situation of the government is very complicated. You have legacy systems that may span for, you know, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and you're stuck with an environment, an ecosystem where you have enterprise systems that fulfill different requirements within the organization. You have potentially multiple ERP, enterprise role planning systems that may cover different functions across the government function or across multiple government organizations. You have custom solutions that have developed over time for different business requirements. And you have custom files. You have so many files, like the gentleman from IBM described so well. You have so many files unstructured that you don't know what to deal with. So this presents multiple challenges for government context, specifically related to the government and audit. So the government has difficulty adapting to change. And this ecosystem is very hard to maintain and manage, very expensive to manage. You have fragmented and siloed systems, and information is not easy to get to, and you have non-uniform security. For auditors specifically, you have inaccurate data and poor data quality. You have scattered and inconsistent data sources, and you have a lack of data and process visibility. You don't know what's going on in a government organization in the context, and you have difficulty obtaining information to fulfill your audit needs. Now, as this legacy ecosystem, IT ecosystem or landscape has developed, so has the advent of the cloud. So I know you guys are all familiar with what cloud computing is, and the private sector is very onto the cloud concept for maybe 10, 15 years, but the government is catching up. The government is actually adopting cloud very rapidly. I just read today that the Pentagon in the US, the Department of Defense, signed a $9 billion contract with multiple cloud providers, right? For their cloud strategy, for their cloud platform. As you can see here, there is a steady rate of cloud spending. This is for the US in the billions of dollars, and it has more than doubled in the last 5, 6 years. Government CIOs, as you can see from the quote from Gartner, are saying that for sure they will allocate more funding on cloud platforms and also decrease the spending on legacy technologies and data centers. So, and also you have governments around the world adopting the cloud. You have the UK, which has a cloud first policy. You have Saudi Arabia, cloud first policy. Singapore has cloud first policy. So whenever you have a new IT initiative, you go to the cloud first, evaluate whether it's a fit. If for some reason it's not a fit, then you go to another platform. The US started cloud first in 2018, and now it is going to cloud smart, which means going to the cloud as a first option, but in an intelligent way. Let's say looking at the holistic view of, what the implications are of going to the cloud before jumping to the cloud bandwagon. So what does that mean for the government context? So the government context, what that means is this legacy IT landscape that I described in the first slide will eventually go to a modernized cloud solution. Now that cloud solution will have multiple elements. And we're fortunate enough to live in a day and age that you have software as a service solutions that cover your traditional ERP, enterprise role planning, supply chain management, SCM, and human capital management. Which traditionally is called human HRMS, human resource management, and all the components that go to that. So now you have a consolidated footprint, as a government, centralized footprint, and you're centralizing your data in one platform whereas before it was fragmented, now you've got it all consolidated and ready to go. And then you enhance that with audit systems, technologies, like for example, Oracle has a financial criminal control management system that can be added to any environment to, let's say, enhance the audit capabilities. And also you have to retain some of your data sources and systems from the legacy components, but those can easily be migrated to the cloud. So what benefits does the government get? The government gets many benefits, huge cost savings. You have connected systems and information, easy integration. You can rapidly adapt to change. In the good old days when you had an ERP system, the ERP system would update. The update that allowing, a government organization trying to adapt that change would take many months just to upgrade. Now in the cloud, automatically you have all the updates that you need. There's no need to adapt or upgrade or anything. So, and you have uniform security as well. Now for audit, this really presents a great opportunity. So you have increased data quality and accuracy. You have uniform data sources. I mean, I've talked to audit specialists and they say it is very painful when you get into a government context or multiple government entities, getting to the data. How do you go to an entity and say, look, I need to sample your data. I need to know, who did this transaction, who did this process. I mean, how do you get that data? Even the governments won't be able to provide that data in an easy way. So going to the cloud and centralizing your data and centralizing, or let's say homogenizing your systems, allows you easy access to this data and the information, and it allows for built-in audit controls. So where does all of this lead? This leads to the allowance of, similar to what the gentleman from IBM said, is enabling artificial intelligence and machine learning to aid your audit function. So what you have is you've created, let's say a cloud ecosystem of your applications, and then you augment that by taking AI and machine learning algorithms and on your enterprise data, augmented with enterprise analytics, and create really cool features that help audit functions. So what are these cool features that help audit? Well, I mean, I'm sure that you are all aware this new concept of continuous auditing. As you know, government context can have millions of transactions. I mean, especially when you have over, like for example, SAI, covering all the government here, and also the audit functions that are cross-cutting across government and the systems that are cross-cutting. So continuous auditing is kind of a dream for auditors. So auditors come in, they sample, processes, procedures, they sample financial transactions to see if there's any irregularity. Here, what you do is, with this ecosystem, it allows for automated and continuous auditing of all transactions. So you come in with data scientists, you come in with audit specialists, and you set up the models, the AI models, to detect financial irregularities for your system. So when those financial irregularities are discovered, they're notified. So these notifications are sent to the audit group. The audit group can evaluate and see if it really is, some kind of irregularity that requires some action. So continuous auditing is, and this gives you full coverage of all employees and all transactions, of all, anything related to audit. And the second cool thing is, this is again, one of the gentlemen that I worked with, that was one of the auditors for a government, he's still an auditor for one of the UAE government entities. He told us that, and this is a reality, dashboards, management, executive management asks for dashboards, what's going on? Are we in compliance with audit protocols? Do we have irregularities? Do we have, violations of policies? Do we have violations of, processes? I mean, when you have this kind of ecosystem where you have AI and machine learning and you have advanced analytics, it allows you to create reports on the fly very, very easily. So you can create a report at any given time, on demand, executive dashboards, and you can also even follow up on action plans. Let's say you found an irregularity on one, department specifically. Now that department, you give them an action plan. That action plan must be implemented. You can automate the monitoring of that action plan and trigger notifications that come to you if the action plan is not executed as it should be. Well, I mean, so those two, continuous auditing, proactive reporting, are really cool features that come out of this ecosystem here. There are some advanced features, like, for example, similar to IBM Watson, natural language processing, where you actually speak. So you have, just imagine having an analytical dashboard for auditors and saying, were there any financial irregularities in the month of May? And it will actually go back into your, data, into the data of the government entity, and come back with all the information relevant to your query. It'll understand what you're saying in natural language. You won't have to train yourself, about, what you have to say. It will understand you in natural language, and it will interpret and then come back with results in a really nice way. So in the enterprise space, you have, you can create this ecosystem and have, kind of what you call really an auditor's dream. The audit function will not go away. I don't think, anybody would say that artificial intelligence is going to change or, let's say, remove the requirement of auditors, for example. Auditors are required. They're still going to sample, they're still going to check for irregularities. They're still going to be responsible for creating, not only helping in creating this ecosystem, but also monitoring the ecosystem and still doing their day-to-day operations and processes. But you just have, let's say, an augmented auditing capability that cannot be imagined, in human forms. I mean, just imagine an auditor tasked with, auditing 5 million records. It's not possible. It's absolutely not possible. So you automate that and make it easy on people. So now, with this ecosystem, is it a reality? Yes, it is a reality. And actually, we have multiple cases where we've actually done this. The same issue. So just to, show some of the real cases where we have actually been able to successfully run either analytics on data or machine learning. So 3 simple cases, and we have other confidential cases, but these are just simple ones that highlight the power of what we're talking about. We have the National Health Service in the UK, where we had 15 billion rows of data, and using analytics, we're able to identify 156 million US dollars of potential fraud and errors. So this is again, billions of rows of data. This would not have been found with conventional auditing. It's just not possible. Another company, Certegy, in the US, kind of vets payment solutions for clients with 4,000 users. Again, using machine learning, we were able to calculate risk scores for them to make their life easier and make the life of their customers easier. And another quick example is a confidential client, social insurance agency, in terms of predicting future payment behavior of individuals. Now, this again, opens the door to, predictive analysis of trends and people and behaviors of customers in the government with respect to audit. So it is a reality, what we're seeing in artificial intelligence and machine learning, with respect to audit is a reality, it's possible, and it's going to change the game, no question. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Nadim, and thank you to our audience. We were very happy to host this working group on impact of science and technology. And thank you for coming and being present in person, and for those who have been attending online. We would like also to thank the organizers, and we will publish all the materials in the coming days. Thank you so much.